Hello and welcome on in to day 2 of Low Ink June 2022. I'm the Barry and I have the absolute pleasure of being joined by Milana today. Mel, how are you doing this fine Sunday afternoon?
I really had to think about whether it was Sunday or not, but now I know for sure it's Sunday. I'm doing really good, and I'm looking super forward to seeing these awesome teams play in day 2 of Low Ink June 2022.
Yeah, we will be kicking it off with Gaylight and Acropora. Obviously here in the alpha bracket, starting off with Splat Zones on Starfish main stage. This is of course a pre-chosen map before these teams will move on to counter picks in this best of 3, hoping to move forward into the next round where they will have a little bit more opportunity to show off their skills as it becomes best of 5 at that point. But tell me about this map.
It's pretty standard, I would say. There's that really big zone in the middle of the map. I think what players usually have to be a little bit wary of when it comes to Starfish main stage is a little bit of the flanks on the side. Sometimes we get a squirmy player coming through, maybe a Kenza splatter shot or a splash-o-matic just coming through with the flanks, and you know they have to really be careful of things like that happening. So to be aware of all players at all times is going to be the name of the game for this one.
Maybe even a mini Splatling coming through on the flanks, perhaps?
You know, I think it's player's choice.
That is very fair, but I would say you're spot on with the flanking opportunities on these maps. Obviously, both the left and the right have rates that will be very advantageous for fast players to run around and try to get a little bit of a pinching action going on towards the enemy who's at the zone. We will, of course, see if they have the weapons for this mission here in just a moment. As we're getting into the action, get ready, folks, at home, as we are kicking off day 2.
We do see a backline coming out from both sides. However, both teams have a different kind of backline. Mothman opting to go with the Hydra, whereas Kenta Kiwi coming out with that Firefin Splatoscope. So let's see which team's backline might reign supreme in this case.
Well, at the moment, it would seem that things are falling in the favor of Gaylight, as they are already taking out one member of Acropora. And as I say that, of course, the English commentator Crystal Day coming out a very nice pick on that Inkjetter there by Jules, but it is unfortunately for them 3 down on the side of Gaylight, and Skep here already making use of that blob action, moving it on to the snipe, making sure that's clear. A very good use of the mechanics there.
Definitely a great use of the mechanics, but the control does go back in favor of Gaylight. However, it's going to take a lot of unified specials coming out from Acropora to come back and take that zone back from Gaylight.
Yeah, and this is one of those maps that can be very challenging to push back in once you're locked out. A lot of backliners do tend to have some struggles pushing in from this top right. They really have any sort of influence, and well, Nightmare here that could turn into a nightmare for them, but I'm not sure if they know about the Hydra that's behind them right now. I'm not sure it mattered too much in the end. They were kind of pinched themselves, and Mothman doing an excellent job to find that pick before helping the team get to the zone and cap it on top of that.
Definitely, but they are able to cap it just for a quick second before control goes right back to Gaylight. Gaylight holding on to that turf control and really keeping an eye on those flanks right here, or even maybe flanking themselves. Nightmare going up again for that for another flank. This time being a little bit more aware of the Hydra.
Yes, if at first you do not succeed, try and try again, and this time coming out on top of this 52 battle against Devil, and might even be able to pinch off Mothman, who does do a great job to turn and find at least one pick off of that, but surrounded by many other members of Gaylight there, and will get taken out. This is dangerous territory here for Acropora, as they are down to just about 5 seconds left to get to that zone and cap it. I'm not sure they're going to be able to.
I am also not sure they're going to be able to. Skep really trying hard with that Blobballer to cover some turf, but unfortunately not enough for Acropora in this case, giving the game to Gaylight.
Yeah, very well taken by them. A lot of chaos going on there, and I think what ended up working out was that attempt at a flank there from Nightmare. That definitely perhaps provided enough of a distraction for the other members of Gaylight to push into the zone and take out the other members, as we did see Jules and the Junior doing a wonderful job finding some picks and providing lots of ink.
Yeah, but like I was gonna mention, don't forget that this is splat zones, that the other members of the team are going to have to focus up on that zone and paint. And we did see a lot of KA coming out from the Junior on Gaylight. Erwutu? How would you pronounce that?
I would go exactly with what you did, Erwutu.
Perfect. So we did see a 9 KA coming out from that Junior, which kind of shows a little bit that they are playing that support role well, they are painting the ground, and they are getting perhaps picks, or perhaps supporting their teammates and getting picks. So kudos to them as well.
And that could be something that Acropora do struggle with a little bit. They did have an armor coming in from Mothman's Hydra, but of course, not having that standard short-range support player like a Junior, like an NZAP, it is something that a lot of teams do struggle with in the current meta, so we'll have to see if they make any sort of adjustments moving forward here into Map 2 on Tower Control, Inkblot, Art Academy. Any changes you expect to see coming out from these teams?
I honestly, because this map is so small and it is actually, the tower moves really fast, like, I think it can definitely benefit to have a faster moving comp, so maybe they opt not to have a backline, or opt to have maybe more of a faster moving backline, like a Jet Squelcher in this case. But that's what I would usually see when it comes to this map, but who knows? Low ink for me is like anything goes. I get to see the most interesting comps, so I'm like looking forward to seeing what these two teams will pick.
I think both of those points are very true. You never can really for certain say what you will be getting to see coming out from these teams in terms of weapon choices, but I also agree with the point that changing off of that backline, I would even maybe suggest going with the pseudo backline role of Nautilus, obviously kind of a much more faster paced wrecking ball style of Splatoon, could benefit Acropora here. But we'll have to see if they make those adjustments or if they stick with what they know. Sometimes the safety pick, the comfort pick, is what comes out. However, you've nailed it perfectly.
Yes.
As we see the custom Jet Sculpture arrive on the scene.
We also see on the other side, on Gaylight's team, we see a vanilla. What? Did we get a DC? Oh, we did get a DC.
Most definitely did.
I was like, they didn't even make it out of the spawn before they got splatted. So yeah, that was okay. I think at this point, Gaylight is just gonna knock it out, and we're gonna do a redo because it was early enough in the match that maybe we didn't get that going.
Yes, and I'm a little bit sad that we're being taken away from Skep's perspective here, as we were watching them hit the nastiest. It wouldn't be a 1080. It wouldn't be a 1440. What would it be? It would be
You're the math
9,
guy.
9,000?
It's over 9,000. Is this what I'm hearing from you, the commentator?
I believe so. And after a sick nasty jump, of course, to style points going out to Skep's Blob there, but it is not a decided match. Of course, we will have the quick remake and run back before we find out if these two teams and the changes that they've made to their compositions will end up benefiting them.
For sure, but I believe that the rule is that when the game is remade, that weapons are not allowed to be changed between the first match and the remake, so we'll see pretty much the same comp, or hopefully the same comp, coming out for both
it's not
teams.
even pretty much. It better be exactly the same, and no, not even the slightest gear change either, if you're honest players there.
Yeah, so at this point, we're just waiting for that drop player to make a comeback into the lobby. But I have a question for you, Barry.
Yes, Mel.
So both teams opted to run the Jet Sculpture, but however, one team opted to run the custom Jet Sculpture, and the other team opted to run the vanilla. What do you say is more successful in this case, in your experience as someone who also plays Jet Sculpture?
Well, obviously up until recent times, I think we had a dominant era of custom Jet Sculpture over vanilla Jet Sculpture. However, in the recent months, we have seen a lot of players, especially backliners, turn to that vanilla jet to provide an abundance of missile support. And on top of that, utilizing the Toxic Mist at some of these checkpoints could be vital, if not better than a Stingray, to stop the aggressing team from breaking the checkpoint. It's going to be a little bit about how the other members of the teams play around the jets here that should decide which one comes out on top. But for that, we're just going to have to watch and see, as Devil and Nightmare are trading out initially. Jules going in with the Squeezer, but perhaps seeing that armor come out has deterred them from pushing up any further. A smart choice, I would say, as you don't really want to be the first team to fall numbers-wise here, as you can kind of give up a very early big push.
Oh my gosh, and the quick maneuvering coming out from Jules to get away from Devil. But I think this is going to be a first solid push coming out from Gaylight, with Erwu2 standing on the tower, and it's going to take a little bit of coordination coming out from Acropora to stop this push from happening.
And at the moment, they might be fumbling a little bit, trying to take too many fights right now instead of grouping up and utilizing their specials. That said, they have already managed to hold off all but one member of Gaylight, and it's going to be the last one down as well. That Vanilla Jet Sculpture going down just at the end of my thought process there. Nightmare trying to drop in here a little bit stealthy, and I don't think there's anyone there to really look at them. So they will be able to find one pick. Mothman going to have to use those burst bombs in a smart manner to try to deal with them, but instead it's actually going to be Gaylight moving through very swiftly to find 3 picks, and Mothman perhaps smartly jumping out, trying to preserve that GG Ray. Nearly has it fully built here, but Nightmare still not going to allow it to come out easy.
Yeah, and we see the combination of specials, the bubbles coming out, the bomb rush coming out. I think combined, they really do work together well, as long as you don't accidentally preemptively pop those bubbles. So, and we see how much turf that Gaylight has right now. It's really going to be difficult for Acropora to kind of come back with this.
It is, and unfortunately, this is one of those maps that can really start to snowball. Both of the first 2 checkpoints have already been broken for Gaylight, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be slowing down anytime soon as they continue to find pick after pick. While they are letting the tower move back a little bit towards mid, they are again in a great position to keep this push going, with the armor coming out here from Erwu2, riding this tower and providing enough paint for their teammates to move around this plat area. Nightmare's trying to find a few more picks, and it's just down to Skep right now, who is under a lot of pressure themselves. Going to have to back away a little bit more, especially with these bubbles coming out.
And that last bubble just is chilling there. It's gonna be a tough time, especially if Gaylight is able to get to those bubbles. But Kenjikiwi, the last one, unfortunately unable to make it out. A nice pick by Devil. And as you can see, these teams, they know exactly what they're doing. As soon as they get that wipe, they are going for that turf. They're not just immediately sitting on the tower. They're not just waiting for something to happen. They are making things happen.
Yeah, but perhaps one thing that's a little bit of an oversight here from Acropora is they didn't learn from that first time when Gaylight had Nightmare push in from that left side drop. And it seems to have worked out very well for Nightmare. Again, I think this time around they brought a friend, but ended up being a 2-for-3 trade. That's something that you always like if you're Gaylight. Even with Devil finding a handy pick there, it hasn't even led to any sort of push from Acropora just yet, only now arriving at the first checkpoint.
But they are using that special to hopefully hold down that tower. But I love seeing from Gaylight the use of bombs on the tower, because there's really nowhere else for you to go other than the tower when you're breaking that checkpoint.
That is very true, and at this point it's going to be crucial for that Ray to get one. Did find the pick onto the end zap, and that's perhaps the one player you didn't want to go down at all, especially as they had an armor ready. And now it's Acropora in the driving seat here, already through the first 2 checkpoints and finding pick after pick after pick. Rush doing a great job there to find one. Jules does get 2, but will it be in time to stop this push? It is 1 point short. A beautiful triple there, finishing it off with Mothman. Oh, 16-17. Can't get any closer than that.
That was... I'm at the edge of my seat right now, Barry. But, I think right now it really is Gaylight's game to lose. Acropora already pushing up, hopefully getting that tower, and they're really, really trying to get those picks to happen because there's only 10 seconds left in this match.
I think they kind of know that too. Double trying to force the issue, but unfortunately for the members of Acropora, it is going to be a full wipe for them. Gaylight doing a brilliant job to hold off in the final seconds of this match, hanging on to a very narrow lead thanks to some heroics there from Jules, but very well played to them to get such a strong lead to begin with that they allowed that much time to defend properly. The KA is coming through, and Jules obviously doing plenty of work.
For sure. But this first set was a best of 3, I believe.
Yes.
It is a best of 3, so that set does go to Gaylight. Congratulations to them. They do move up in the bracket, but if I'm not mistaken, there's also a loser's bracket, so that doesn't mean that Acropora is out of the tournament yet. We shall see what comes from them in the remainder of this tournament.
Yes, and I want to go back to a question you touched upon heading into this match. We talked about the difference between Vanilla Jet and Custom Jet and kind of where we expect each of these teams to be able to result with their choices. Did you happen to pick up on anything that might have put one ahead of the other?
I did not, but I feel like you're about to tell me what might have put one ahead of the other.
I was hoping that you'd have an answer for me, but I can answer the question, yes. I would say that when we look back on that match, one of the things that made the Vanilla Jet sculpture perhaps a little bit more effective is that for the Custom Jet sculpture to really succeed, Mothman had to find a suitable position, safe, has their feet inked well, and has a good line of sight towards the enemy player's plat. That was very hard to come by for the first 3.5 minutes of that match. So it didn't really feel like there were any super strong rays coming out, only really defensive rays. And that's not necessarily a bad thing in and of itself. It's just to utilize Stingray to the most, you want to be able to use it in an offensive manner as well. Start pushes, help pushes, get through checkpoints. And that is something that I do think Acropora struggled to establish. Whereas on the other side of things, missiles obviously come out very, very quickly. Being able to launch them at ease from any position, I do think that's where the Vanilla Jet succeeded a little bit more. And again, it's not purely down to the Jet sculpture players themselves. It is a team reliance, right? To be able to get yourself into the positions necessary to make full use of this Stingray. But I think that ended up being one of the big differences between those two Jet sculptures.
You know, I can see that a lot in that last match because the most notable Stingray that I saw come out from Acropora was when Mothman was sitting on the tower and the rest of Acropora had pushed up onto the plat. So I remember you mentioned that they had gotten a pick from on Gaylight from spawn, and I think using that Stingray in an offensive way actually kind of made a little bit more of a difference than even just in my memory. Like I can't even remember when they used it defensively because I was paying so much attention to Gaylight and how much aggression they had and how many picks they were getting. So I definitely see that a lot.
And I would also say credit to the other members of Acropora because it didn't seem like they were too reliant on the defensive Stingrays to halt some of the pushes. Though that said, you may have wanted to see a Stingray come out at certain times. Certainly when Gaylight was pushing the tower to earlier ray there to advantageous, but perhaps for Acropora, as they do have more opportunities. You talked about already, there is a loser's bracket in this alpha bracket. But of course, we are now just waiting for, I believe, 1 or 2 more matches to finish up here in the first round of this best of 3 before we move on to see our round 2 best of 5.
Yes, we are just waiting, I believe, for one more set to finish up, and this set is actually going to a game 3, whereas the rest of them had been 2-0s. So we'll see where this team goes. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah, the match we are waiting on right now is Splatalot A and Eternal Frost, but whichever team does pull out in this close matchup, they do have the pleasure of playing Prism. If I'm not mistaken, Prism did
seed
take...
number 2.
Yeah, I think they took a 6-0 on day 1 in Group B, if I'm remembering correctly here.
I do believe so, from our brief research.
You call it brief, I call it extensive.
Extensive. We researched a lot. We really just put our blood, sweat, and tears into it. With that being said, I do believe that the match is over. Splatalot A taking the victory from Eternal Frost, and they do get put into the next match, the round 2 with Prism. So that's definitely something to look forward to. We are just waiting from the voices on high to tell us which matches will be streamed next, but I am looking forward to seeing what these teams have to offer.
I would also say, kudos to Myopsdus for taking a 2-0 over the 1 seed, the 1 seed being Essence, who went 6-0 in Group A yesterday. Myopsdus being the 16th seed. That is a pretty substantial upset.
That is, for sure. Definitely it is. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Myopsdus is such an interesting word. Myopsdus? Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what this team has to offer. I do believe we were talking about this a little bit yesterday about how Myopsdus, we are pretty sure had entered a spawn point tournament, and I remember them doing sufficiently well, so I'm like really excited to see them play. Hopefully we'll see them on stream and we'll get to commentate, but if not, we'll definitely catch them sometime in the tournament, I'm sure.
I would imagine so. If you can knock off the number 1 seed in the opening round, you probably have a pretty good chance of making it far in the tournament. So viewers at home, even if we do not get to join you for this journey, do expect to see Myopsdus in future matches.
With that being said, we do have a voice on high who has told us our next match that will be streamed, which will in fact be Prism versus Splatalot A. A is what, the voice on high has said in text form, but I figured I would, relay the message.
I'm glad you did.
Is it because you didn't want to?
No, it's because I've never heard you do a Fawn's impression before, and now I have.
Here we are. There's a first time for everything.
But of course, as we start to look at these two teams, we do know a fair bit about Prism. Very strong players, 57747, actually likes to bring out the Clash Blaster from time to time.
Ooh.
Seekin, I believe we will end up seeing them on the Splash. Could be NZAP, could be Junior, but I think it'll be something short range and a shooter. And you're familiar with Radish?
Yeah, I believe that Radish is a sub for Prism for Low Ink today. Radish, on top of being an awesome player, is also just an incredible artist. So if you guys want to go support your local Splatoon artists, Radish is phenomenal at what they do as well.
Always a good thing to shout out the artists in the community, as they do produce such beautiful work. Now, what do you expect it to take from Splatalot A to walk away with the victory here in such a challenging matchup?
I think it really depends on the map and mode. So for this next map, we are going to be on Inkblot again. However, we're going to be on Splat Zones. And I think this map is very standard. I said that before about Starfish Splat Zones, but I really think that Inkblot Splat Zones is even more standard than that, because it's a lot of being able to coordinate pushes, it's a lot of being able to coordinate specials, and just to be able to, work together with your team to make these takes happen.
Yeah, and it's very, very important to not get too frazzled, right? We talked about how much it can snowball in tower control on this map, but you can almost say the same thing about Splat Zones, whereas one team, if they don't get into the zone and neutralize it successfully, putting a penalty on the other team, with one coordinated push, they oftentimes will start to trickle out one at a time, and that may lead to further losses. So it's incredibly important to eat away at that penalty when you can, but it's also very important not to be too worried about giving up points in order to have a successful retake.
You said eat and you stopped, and I'm like, yes, it's very important to eat.
It is important to eat. To all those viewers out there, I do hope you are eating and hydrating successfully today. Is that a weird way to put it? Successfully today?
Successfully today. I hope that the food has made it into your mouth and that you have consumed it successfully, correct?
Yes.
We are just waiting for Splatalot A to hop into this lobby. I believe we had some friend request things happening, so I'm looking forward to it. I really like Inkblot Splat Zones. I think as a viewer, it's maybe very back and forth when it comes to watching the match, but I think it's really fun to play, in my personal opinion. So,
build me your ideal comp to go here. Not what we expect to see from either of these teams, but what would you, as a player, want to see on your team?
Quad shooters, right?
More descriptive, please.
How about 3 Kenza splatter shots and a vanilla jet sculpture? Barry's left.
And I will never be asking Milan another question.
No, I think okay. All right. I think maybe a splash-o-matic, the other one, the bomb rush one. Oh my gosh.
Neo.
Yes, the Neo. I'm like custom splash with some splatter. No. I think that a Kenza splatter shot would work well. I honestly do like the vanilla jet sculpture on this, just because you can use that toxic mist in various parts of that platform before the enemy drops, or you can use it to kind of deter backliners or mid-range people who kind of stand a little bit farther back on that platform from dropping. And I guess maybe foil squeezer. Get those bubble pops. Yeah. How about yourself, Barry? What would you say? And if you say 3 Kenza splatter shots and a vanilla jet sculpture, I'm gonna I can't say anything. Nothing that I can do. I can't say.
3 vanilla jet sculptures.
Oh, okay. I understand.
No.
Great.
I would probably say, even in the stage where Firefin isn't too popular, even though I do not like Firefin myself, I'd probably go Firefin, Neo Splash, NZAP 85, and I think I'll join you on the foil squeezer.
The NZAP 85 would be a really good choice, I think. Just because armor is good. You can't go wrong with armor, right? And the more armor, the better.
And it also does provide some fighting opportunities as well.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely does. Oh wow! Everyone just hopped into the lobby immediately. Look at them. We're ready. We are ready to go. I am ready to see what these teams are going to bring for this Inkblot Splat Zones.
You're picking up what they're putting down.
I am. That's the only idiom I know. I'm sorry. I'm like, there's other idiomatic expressions for this, but that's the only one I know. So that's unfortunate, huh?
It would seem so.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because I am also out of idioms at this time. But thankfully, we do not have to wait too long thinking of more idioms, as we will get to see these two teams face off against each other relatively soon. Just waiting for a few more players to finalize their picks and perhaps discuss a few strategies. Do you expect to see an aggressive open, or maybe teams paying up for their specials and using that to push in?
I would say usually I see people opt to run more of an aggressive opening on this map and mode. But, I wouldn't really hold it against the teams if they opted to build their specials initially. However, I have to say that Inkblot isn't really the biggest map, so maybe there is going to be a lack of turf if everyone decides to do that.
It's definitely a possibility. So usually I would agree that it tends to only be 1 or 2 players, usually the armorers, paying up for that special initially, or array, but it is Splat Zone something plot, so most likely there won't be one of those.
Well, you never know. I like when the players prove me wrong. When they're like, oil squeezer, we're gonna run vanilla squeezer, like, you know. All right, we are entering our round 2 of Low Ink June 2022. Oh my god, I was like, is it July? June 2022. We do see a really aggressive comp coming out from the side of Prism, an almost quad shooter comp, and then a little bit more range, just given that K-Pro coming out from Splatalot. So let's see which team will be a little bit more successful when it comes to taking that initial zone.
And the double armor coming through from Splatalot as well, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to utilize it as it's just the junior left in its 1v2. They have the armor ready, but I don't think their teammates perhaps waited long enough for the armor to be deployable. It does go out now as Vic is able to find another pick with the Splat Bomb as well on top mid, and that is actually going to provide a good opportunity for Splatalot to push in here, capitalize on that one pick, and take the zone as we start to see the bombs raining in from Splatalot onto the plat of the enemy team.
Listen, whatever works, right, Barry? If you can get that one pick and make a push happen, that's great. If you can get the wipe and get the push to happen, that's also great. But 2 players do go down on the side of Splatalot, giving Prism an opportunity to kind of push back in. Seekin having a difficult time, but able to get that trade, and oh, wow, Splatalot already came back by the time I have said this.
Yeah, Splatalot not messing around too much. I think Seekin did end up finding 2, maybe even 3 picks during that sequence, but unfortunately for them, the other members of Prism going down, not allowing them to push back in here. And this is, again, the dangerous part of this map, especially now as the missiles and armor will come out from both teams. Lappy does go up into an inkjet, but it's 2 members down on the side of Prism, and as long as these few remaining members of Splatalot stay alive, I think they can just paint the zone, and they will more than successfully have this first match.
Wow, that was a really, really clean match from Splatalot A. Barry's left again.
It's not that I have a problem with you saying it, but if you're gonna say it, it needs to be a little more A.
Oh, is that what you were referencing?
Yeah, that's the fonts.
Oh, no, I was thinking like, you know, when people go, hey.
And moving on, I'm hoping to see what Prism picks here for their counter pick. Obviously, they did opt for an aggressive comp, but perhaps neutralized out by the double armor coming through from Splatalot A.
Hey.
We'll work on it.
Okay, you know, I'm trying.
We'll work on it off here.
But yeah, maybe I think that the quad shooter maybe didn't work as predicted for Prism, and depending on what they end up picking for this next map and mode, they might opt to maybe get something or opt for something a little bit less aggressive, because I think some of those combative situations, the 1v1s, maybe didn't really just turn out in their favor in that case.
Yeah, and I would say that it wasn't, of course, quite quad shooters. Seeking on the Tetras did find a number of picks, but perhaps not the right weapon for the mode, I would argue. Obviously, a very good Tetras player, but how much are you going to be able to utilize that splashdown to cap the zone and help your team push in? It seems like it's more of utilizing the main weapon to take fights, and the splashdown is there kind of just for their own personal usage. Whereas on the other side of things, Splatalot only really using specials and weapons that would work towards a team coordinated push. I don't think we'll see a huge change. I would expect to see Seekin on the Tetras again. If you're going to go for it on Ink spot zones, why not on Sturgeon Tower Control as we head into map 2? And thankfully, I am not instantly wrong, but also, thankfully, perhaps, we do see the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco coming out from 57747 that, of course, offers a splash wall and armor, which is a great combination of things, though. If you're talking about good combos, bombs at the feet.
For sure.
They work out pretty well.
bombs at the feet really gets those splats happening, and especially if you are a junior player like Vic, really kind of using that fancy footwork to avoid those being splatted in that moment. And Splatalot A is in a pretty good position to be able to make a push. They're going to have to clear Seekan over there on the right side before they are able to, but otherwise their positioning is good. I think somebody fell off the map, but I'm not going to point it out. I'm not going to say anything about that.
You've already pointed out, you've already said something about it, and Seekan is having something to say here as well. Finding a pick on the player underneath the bridge there too, and that's actually allowed for Prism to really start to gain a lot of control here, beginning their push and getting it through the first checkpoint already. 57747 also has another armor come out. I didn't even notice that they opted for the double armor this time around, and now maybe with these the even armors coming through, this can be a lot more in Prism's favor, especially as they have the range advantage too. That Rapid Blaster Deco Pro Deco will provide a lot of pressure for the members of Splatalot.
Seekan really going up into the fighting right there. But they are still making that push happen. Prism is riding that tower all the way to that second checkpoint, and we shall see if they're able to clear that second checkpoint before. But they are in pretty good position. As I say that, 577 does get on that tower, and trying to break that checkpoint does end up breaking that checkpoint, and kind of making that moves to make it hopefully all the way to the end, and they do, in fact. Unfortunately, the splats are coming in just a little bit too late for them to stop the tower, giving that game to Prism, and a very clean match at that.
I've certainly seen the double come through in the end, but the tower maintaining its momentum. A very quick and sudden end to our match, but it will result in Prism taking this to a 1-1 series. But of course now things get to go back into the hand of Splatalot as they get the next counter pick, perhaps choosing something that will not be so advantageous for Prism.
What do you think that they would pick? If you were in Splatalot A's shoes, which map mode would you pick? No pressure. If you're wrong, it's fine. No one's going to laugh at you or anything.
Well, here's the thing. You have to take a lot of things into account here, right? You want to think about, will Prism opt for the double armor again? Will they continue to run the range that we saw coming out from 57747? Do Splatalot want to make any adjustments? Do they want to continue using the K Pro for that mid-range battling? Do they want to opt for double armor still? Because if they were to do that, then I think they'd want to run Clan Blitz on Humpback Pump Track.
Are you sure about that? That seems like a really... it seems like a very specific kind of guess.
Well, I think in the long run, this is a guess that will pan out pretty well. From my perspective, at least, I do expect them to want to optimize that Tri-Slosher, because it is a very strong weapon, and while they were able to get the double pick there at the end of that tower control map on Sturgeon, they didn't have a lot of say in that overall. And look at that, we do get to see Clan Blitz Humpback Pump Track, so maybe that Tri-Slosher will have a bit of fun here. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, for sure. I really think that, IPL should have put a poll, seeing if Barry was right or wrong at that point. But you know what? Sometimes the odds are against us, but even Barry beats the odds sometimes.
I play Charger in a shooter armor meta. I always have to beat the odds.
And we do love to see it. So let's see if either of these teams can beat the odds. In this next match, we have a couple of players still deciding on their team comp. So, but it seems like Splatalot A seems very confident in the weapons that they'll run. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this next match will turn out.
Yeah, and again, I don't expect to see too many drastic changes. Perhaps the most understandable change I could think of is if the K Pro for Splatalot were to end up going to something maybe a little bit rangier and a little bit more supportive. Right? It doesn't seem like they have a lot of just head-to-head fighters, things that want to 1v1 brawl out, aside from the K Pro, of course, but I don't think that needs to be Splatalot's strategy. It doesn't need to be enabling one fighter. if they continue to work together as we saw them do on Inkblot zones, that is something that worked out very well for them.
And we do see that epic Clash Blaster coming out from Prism. You had mentioned this earlier, and it is definitely not a common weapon we see too much in competitive anymore, but when we do see it, we do get a little bit hyped for it.
It's not a bad pick here by any means. The curvature of this map definitely is pretty good for the Clash Blaster. It is, of course, good for the Tri-Slosher, so we do see a understandable trade coming out from the two of them. As Seekin finds a good pick initially here. Thankfully for Splatalot, that football carrier was able to throw that football back. Might take a little bit of pressure off of them so that they don't get immediately focused by the two remaining members of Prism. But 57747 already back in the action, and the chip damage that you're going to see coming over that wall is going to be excellent for the other members of Prism. Of course, that's if 57747 doesn't get laser focused there by Crow and Co.
Crow and Co. I like it. I like this nature. But we do see one football being held by Splatalot, but they are forced to kind of take a step back as these inkjet, these specials are coming out from Prism, and it's really just an all-out brawl in the middle of this map, as we expected it to be for a humpback mode.
Yeah, and Seekin is doing excellent work here, getting so many hits onto that second player after finding the first pick, but does go down. Elia doing a great job with that Tri-Slosher again. It is going to be a crucial counter to the Clash Blaster, and I guess also the other shooters on the side of the Prism, just to be able to slosh over that wall, as don't want to let anyone get super comfortable. But of course, if you play that Clash Blaster correctly, that is what you can do. Getting hits on an enemy player who can never hit you, blast radius is large, to say the least.
It definitely seems a lot larger on this map when you know that you can't hit that Clash Blaster, but it has you in their sights.
Once again, Elia doing a great job with the Tri-Slosher to neutralize the Clash Blaster, and it really seemed like Prism would have been able to push off of that aggression there, but unfortunately I think with the Clash going down, and perhaps not enough clams ready yet, they opted to back away, hold on to that map control, which is a smart choice. You don't want to give up all of that map that they've taken for no push whatsoever. So looking to hold things up a little bit, find some more picks. But as I say that, it's two down on the side of them, and it's just Lappy left here. Going to be under a lot of pressure. Vic and Elia pinching them there to find the final pick in that wipe, and Crow now with the Booyah Bomb. This should be a lot of points.
We do have a lot of players going down from Splatalot, but Vic kind of holding on to their own right here and getting a couple more clams in before that push is ending. A push to 56 is definitely nothing to scoff at, and the patience that is coming out from honestly both teams, that Splatalot was waiting for that wipe to happen before they even made that attempt to push.
Yeah, you talk about the players going down, but the players dropping down for Prism as well. That did allow Vic to score a few more clams, and that could be very crucial in the end here, especially now that they're under such extensive pressure. That is a great pick there to deal with the pressure and alleviate things. It is tied right now, but I don't think this final member of Prism is going to be able to get there. They never mind.
Eat your words, Theory. They do get that one clam in, giving them the narrow lead. Both teams have a pretty hefty penalty, more than a power clam worth of penalty. But we'll see if Splatalot is able to make that comeback happen.
Well, they're in a good position here. A lot of aggression coming out, and they do score one football, but I don't think Mia's going to be able to get the second one there. We'll see if Elia can. Yes, just about. And while they do go down immediately after, not providing Vic for a jump in with this other football, they do quickly take a lead back, and that's something that will be a lot more comforting. Obviously, when you give up a one clam lead like they did, it can feel like the weight of the world is on you to go back and take that game-winning pushback. So for the time being, they might want to settle down, try to defend well, especially above all else, avoid dying.
I don't know if what Vic did was purposeful, but they did leave one clam there, and you know, we do know that if you yes, Azure Strats, that if you don't take all of the clams from the pile, that the clams won't respawn, so there's only just one clam left there, and sometimes that can be Yike. That was, as I was talking about something else, Prism does get the lead, but they are going to go down for a wipe, so we'll see if Splatalot is able to make this last push happen in overtime right here, right now.
Yes, and it looks like they're trying to commit inward from that right side. The missiles coming out are massive, and that football is gonna be enough to open up the basket, and then a little bit of overkill with the second football coming through. I mean, the retakes, it's not even a retake, the counter pushes coming out here from Splatalot on this map, they felt really composed every time we got to see it. Elia doing wonders with that tri-slosher. And proving, once again, as we always love to see, you don't have to be X-ranked to be a fantastic competitive player. Kudos to them for prioritizing scrimming and practicing over solo queue. I say the solo queue.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it like I've said and like we've said before, the skill sets that you build as a team player is significantly different than the skill sets that you might build from solo queue, but that's not to say there's not overlap, but you know, there is a lot of unique skills that you want to build as a team player that is separate from solo queue.
Yes, that is very true, and I see a few people talking about Clan Blitz. Just a little refresher to any of those who may not be certain. When scoring, the power clam is 20 points. When scoring individual clams, they are 3 points each. Obviously, you need 10 individual clams to make a power clam. But one thing I think I saw was the penalty. The penalty amount is always half of whatever you scored. So if you scored 20 points from one football, you will have a penalty of 10 points. If you scored 50 points, you'll have a penalty of 25 points, and so on and so on. But of course, that's Clan Blitz. That's in the past now. Now it's time for Splat Zone's Anchovy Games. Prism's counter pick here. They didn't win the first Splat Zone's maps. Do you expect them to show us something different here as we are already into it?
Yeah, I would say that this Splat Zone's map is I don't have anything nice to say about Anchovy, so I'm just not gonna say it. That's what my parents taught me. If I don't have anything nice to say, just don't say it.
You know, that's a polite way of going about it. Something that might not be very polite is the return of the double armor here. And actually, I shouldn't even say return. It's been coming out consistently from Splatalot A.
Hey!
But we'll see if Inkjet is the counter to it. And I think also the K-Shot providing with some missiles could be good. Maybe looking for a little bit more chip damage this time around if you're Prism, but already finding themselves in a good spot here. 3 down on the side of Splatalot, and with Seekin and I want to say Radish around, that should be really good for them to be able to push up into this street position of Splatalot. That is the area you want to focus on taking when you have control of the zone.
Yes, because I think in general it's nice armor, because Crow is in kind of a bad situation right there. I think it is in general that if you're able to push up onto that street position, that you're able to kind of tick down a few more points, especially if you are unable to hold it, that it does give you a little bit more of a point tick down. Yep.
I believe I know what you're getting at there. You're just saying
are you picking up what I'm putting down?
I'm picking up what you're putting down, and so is Prism. They are picking up some armor, so they may put down some of the members of Splatalot. Doing a brilliant job finding the first pick, but it's instantly traded out, and now it's actually just Radish and Seekin trying to survive. Seekin cornered into a very bad spot right there against 3 members of Splatalot, and it's going to be Radish having to retreat there. This is good from Splatalot. Very, very good. They're already pushed up, and while they do have some more penalty to work through, I think they might be in a position to take lead off of this.
I do believe so. They are exactly implementing what you had talked about earlier, that they are pushing up that bomb. Unfortunately for Prism, taking out Spy 7747, Seekin in kind of a bad position, because they're going to need to make these pushes happen together in order to get those picks to happen.
And I think they were in a little bit of an aggressive position, something you expect to see from the Tetris, but they did do a good job of utilizing that mobility to get away and survive. Now it's a matter of can they get to the zone and survive the splashdown, which it looks like they did, but it didn't even cap the zone. Talk about a bad special, unfortunately, for them. Great weapon, but...
Tell us how you really feel.
Well, it's long been known that it is the weakest special in the game, and I think the fact that it doesn't even cap the zone goes a long way of demonstrating that. That said, though, Prism as a unit have done a good job to cap it, and they're already pushing in here. Lappy trying to not go down to the bombs, but the armor coming out too. That's so much pressure that they're under, and unsuccessful in backing away from that. Vic doing a great job to use the bombs and the ink to pressure them and find that pick. And again, it's just Splatalot taking back really solid control as a unit, pushing in all 4 members. And they're even aggressing up very, very quickly here. Just plenty of pressure with bombs, and it seems to be working. Beautiful.
We do love to see it, and that Booyah Bomb is going to kind of deter Prism from moving forward a little bit. All members of Splatalot backing up just a tad, hopefully getting control, keeping control of that zone, but unable to, giving Prism another opportunity at that lead.
And again, Prism has done a good job of getting to the snipe, but they haven't really done a good job of taking control of it just yet. Maybe with 1 player down on the side of Splatalot, this will be their shot to get in, but they do have to face off against another armor coming out. I think that double armor, already up to 9 of them, has really been the biggest struggle that Prism are facing here. 1 member going down already. Seekin does have to find a pick here, but will get taken out instead, and again, it's just quickly capped back in time to hold on to that lead, and with a minute remaining in this match, it still is anybody's match.
The way that Splat Attack is playing, unfortunate for the K-Pro right there with that bomb, but the way that Splat Attack is playing is they're really capitalizing on every single thing that's happening in this game. So if they notice that we have 2 down on the side of Prism, they are moving up. If they are, if they're realizing, hey, we got a lot of turf, let's move up. Let's make those pushes happen. That splashdown coming out again on only at the corner of the zone. Oh my god, that was a lot of spraying happening at the zone. But I do believe that Prism wasn't able to take the zone back.
They absolutely were not. Splatalot A taking this game, set, and match 3-1.
So. Yeah,
yes.
That was
maybe
really,
not match.
Really impressively, well, game set.
I think set. Yeah, I think
yeah,
set.
Game set. Yeah. They showed their A game, their Splatalot A game.
They splatted a lot. Actually, to be fair to their name, they didn't splat all that much. I think a lot of their control came from team coordination and special combination. Utilizing each of those armors, almost always having something to fight with. It is such a popular thing to see now, double armor in the current meta of the game, but it works so well. And even though I think we kind of saw the mechanical superiority, especially from a player like Seekin, the differences are individual prowess versus a really well-coordinated team. That well-coordinated team tends to come out on top, even more so when the specials that we see, double armor, missile, Booyah Bomb, come out in such well-coordinated fashion.
Yes, they did. And we do have our next set ready. I'm trying to figure out which teams these are. I believe it's... got it. We have Myopsdus and Yume Star. Both teams had gone 3-0 in their last set, so let us see how they fare against each other. We have the 16 seed Myopsdus and the 4 seed Yume Star. So, but we know, Barry, that the seed only matters so much because we just saw Splatalot A take down the 2 seed in this tournament. So let's see what this next set has to bring.
Yeah, a lot of the top seeds are getting knocked off a little bit earlier in the day than we would have expected here. Myopsdus, obviously the 16 seed, taking out that 1 seed in the opening round. They also 3-0'd the 8 seed, with Yume Star coming through, being the highest seeded team so far, if things go Gaylight's way over in that final remaining quarterfinal matchup against Jus Croutons. Then they would still be a 3 seed that manages to make it to these semifinals. But for the time being, it could be a 16, a 4, a 7, and a 6 seed making it through, with all of those higher seeds moving down into the loser's bracket.
And, that is pretty impressive. And that, goes to show you that I believe yesterday's was Swiss? No.
Yes.
Swiss, yes, Swiss. Yes. That, Swiss can only be so accurate, or, it really depends on the time of day that you're playing, that really, there's a lot of variables that go into bringing your A game to a tournament. So I'm looking forward to seeing this next match. I believe Splatzone's Piranha Pit is where we're starting.
Yeah, and it is a map that I certainly enjoy. I don't know how you feel about it.
Honestly, tolerable.
Okay, so better than Anchovy is what I'm hearing from you.
Very few things are worse than Anchovy, in my opinion. There's so many work hazards. There's that fan that could splat you too. There's you could fall off the map real easy. It's tough. It's a tough life out there.
It's not as though Piranha Pit isn't prone to some work hazards. Falling off the map can happen here. Getting stuck on some of the treadmills, which could leave you a little bit vulnerable to the errant splat bomb. Always a little bit terrifying too. I know, particularly to a friend of ours, hates the treadmills with a passion.
Are you calling them treadmills?
Yes.
The conveyor belts?
Yes.
Treadmills? Are you exercising on them?
That's where my mindset is.
Yeah, I gotta
see where the mindsets are of these players. As we are readying up here, Yume Star versus Myopsdus. At the moment, I would say both of these teams are riding very clean paths into this semifinal matchup. Both teams going 2-0 in their first round and 3-0 in their second, so it should be a very challenging one. Myopsdus already ready, and when you're on fire the way they are, how could you not be? You may start waiting a little bit longer here, but expect to see good things from both of these teams. Any prediction as to who will come through as the favorite?
The favorite? Oh, I don't want to say anything because then, the other team's gonna have to prove me wrong. I just personally, I know Myopsdus, I know the name, and because I know the name, I'll be like, I like these members. Maybe I'm gonna root for them just a little bit. So
maybe
that's
just a little bit.
Just only a little bit, of course. We're commentators. We have to stay neutral.
Absolutely, I agree entirely. In commentary, one of the most important things is to lack any sort of bias, which is definitely why I didn't put 3K channel points on Myopsdus. But that said, they do have a difficult matchup here coming from Yume Star.
Let your money talk, Barry!
And to see what both of these teams come out with is something that I'm very intrigued about. I'm expecting to see good things from Tort. I think if there was one player I want to highlight, if they're who I'm thinking of.
All right, but we shall see almost immediately. Again, we are going into our round 3, Flat Zones on Piranha Pit. Ooh, we do see some interesting comps coming out. Something
I like these comps.
A little bit less common. We do see Goggy with the 96 Gal with that armor. So I think it's going to be a really good usage of the armor. And, I really do like the extra range that comes with the 96 Gal. Even if it's inconsistent range, it is still some range for that team to work with.
Well, the range is consistent, it's the accuracy that's not so much, but what is consistently happening thus far is Yume Star have found a number of picks early on. They did find 2 to start, but they did end up losing their squeezer almost immediately after, so while they do take control of the zones early on, it has been neutralized for the time being, and that 96 cal is providing the first armor for Myopsdus, which should allow Tort to push in with this Inkjet, as well as 3 members of Yume Star go down, and that is going to be a complete wipe. Great chip damage from the Inkjet there to kind of finally finalize that one.
You were talking about keeping an eye on Tort, so I love to see that Inkjet work its magic,
and
getting that wipe.
Yes, and something else that can be magical is having control of this far right side when you're the defending team. As the team that wants to push back in here, Blue trying to find a little bit of pressure, but it's so challenging to get anybody out behind that block. And while they do finally get that left area clear for them, Yume Star have given up a lot of points, already down to 40, before a nice penalty coming on to the side of Myopsdus there.
Yume Star is going to have to play this one really carefully. They are able to take down their penalty, but the specials are coming out from Myopsdus, giving them a little bit of a difficult time to maintain both of those zones.
Yeah, and I think, again, when we harken back to the Vanilla Jet versus Custom Jet battle, it is a difficult one. One that Aaron here in this moment is winning for the Custom Jet, and this is the position that we want to see the Custom Jet in. That is where the Ray can be so deadly and powerful, finding an assist onto another pick, but that has been massive for Yume Star. Blue getting another pick, and another
pick, right.
And that is the power of the Squeezer's main weapon. It has such good range and such beautiful accuracy. When you can get used to the mechanical challenges of it, that tapping, that jumping and tapping, it is so strong. And then I think the bubbles have also come out, so get one more pick before they do get taken out. But it is 2 down on each side here. Both teams desperately trying to take control of these zones as Yume Star wants to knock this out now, and Myopsdus needs to put a penalty onto Yume Star if they are going to see the remaining 2 minutes of this match.
Oh my gosh, Lumina really focusing on that turf and able to kind of hold that zone just for a quick second. And they might even be able to hold it if that member of Yume Star didn't get slided on the zone. But Benny is coming up with some strats, hopefully getting a pick or two, but unfortunately going down to 2 members of Yume Star. And this is still Yume Star's game, and they are able to take the zone with no penalty at that. So they are working furiously to hope and get that knockout.
Yeah, Tort's Inkjet's going to have to be massive here. Needs to find 1, maybe even 2 picks. Doesn't find any, and Yume Star did get an armor coming through there, but that was a beautiful flank, and that finally allowed them to put a penalty on, and this time it is truly nice. Onto the side of Yume Star, Myopsdus needs to have a good sequence of control here for a long while if they're going to be able to take a lead.
But you remember, Barry, not only is it an objective game, this game is also about beating the timer. That whole interaction wasted so much time, maybe like a minute of the game, and that could have been a minute that Myopsdus used to be able to control the zones.
Yeah, and now with just 1 minute remaining, Yume Star are back in control. A nice jump out there from Tort, but these missiles will not get to come through. Too much pressure to pop them. And even though they do find a trade back, it is going to be a struggle for them in these final 40 seconds to really make something happen. The counter missiles coming out from Lumina, but the Inkjet had to find enough of an influence to do go down on the side of Yume Star. And at the very least, Aaron's going to have a lot of trouble getting any sort of ray off here, smartly jumping out and playing for another day.
But, you know, there's only a little more than 10 seconds left on the clock. Myopsdus is going to have to hold control of both zones through overtime in order to take the lead.
And one thing both teams are doing, they have plenty of specials ready. The K-shot does go down for Myopsdus, but the armor's coming out. That could be crucial. These bubbles are going to be too much to deal with. Classic nuclear bubble strats, just pushing on through there with a wall of these giant bouncing bubbles. Neutralizing the zone almost instantly, and that will be the first match to Yume Star. Look at the, not the Nautilus, sorry. Look at the Squeezer go.
It's so unrelated, but when we were watching Yume Star's characters all like dancing and celebrating their victory, they all kind of match. They all like are wearing similar clothing. I'm like pretty impressed.
Well, a team who dresses together de-stresses together?
Wins together? Oh, that doesn't rhyme, does it?
No, it doesn't rhyme.
Oh. Well, it's not like English is something I'm familiar with or anything.
Yeah, not an English teacher. Definitely not. But we will see if there's a little bit of English on this response from Myopsdus. Honestly,
English?
I thought they... It's a basketball term for putting some spin.
Oh my god, I can't believe you're using sporty sport terms.
I learned from the best.
Oh,
Shout outs to Jordan Kent. They do opt for perhaps a traditional counter pick, Tower Control the Reef. I call it traditional. It's maybe not the most seen map in the game these days for competitive, but I think it is one that a lot of teams will be very familiar with. Reef is such a strong map overall, and Tower Control here, though it's probably second to Splat Zones in popularity, maybe even third behind Clan Blitz. Not a bad mode by any means. Both teams will have a lot of work to do to take control of Bridge and the Closed while trying to push the tower through the first 2 checkpoints if they're going to be successful in that mission. But what do you expect to see in terms of changes coming out here from these teams?
You know, I guess instead of changes, what I expect to see is that Jet Squelcher with the Stingray coming out again. I think this is a really nice map for a Stingray. Especially given that, you know, there's tower control, obviously, like the objective moves, you have to stand off the objective, so it is a really strong special to begin with. But there is actually, because there's so many layers in the map, that it becomes kind of nice to be able to Stingray from the back, or to have something with a little bit more range, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree entirely, but I would also say it felt like there was a little bit more aggression coming through from Yume Star, particularly from Blue on that squeezer. Should we see that return here, I almost want to see a little less range coming from Myopsdus. I know, you know, to counter range, usually people opt for more range, but I think it was the mobility that they were lacking. They had 3 players, Jet, Nautilus, 96 Gal, that kind of are stationary when they fight, and that's something that against a squeezer, one with the accuracy we're seeing from Blue, is a little bit challenging to deal with. No major changes coming out from them, so we'll have to see if their playstyle switches up at all. There is one big change. Aaron has opted for no custom Jet Squelcher, and instead, Rapid Pro Deco, which... that means there's double armor once again, something that we are very familiar with from previous rounds of today, and how well it works. Yet,
oh my god,
it's going to be Myopsdus who are working well at the start of the match here. A very early wipe, and these missiles are going to put more pressure onto Yume Star. I don't think they're going to be able to get in the mid anytime soon.
Certainly not, and this positioning coming from Myopsdus over on that left side is going to deter the players of Yume Star from dropping and getting, oh my god, it is certainly a massacre out here. We have 2 members of Yume Star going down. Myopsdus opting to let the tower kind of go back a little bit, but I love seeing what Nom Nom is doing here, tapping the tower so that the tower doesn't move back any farther than it has to. And maybe even riding that tower just a little bit so that it gives a little bit of breathing room for Myopsdus.
Yeah, I think if you're Yume Star, you're actually kind of okay with only giving up that push to 49. It did look like things could have been a lot worse, and they're on the counterattack here. 2 down on the side of Myopsdus, and while they do find an answer, it's not quite enough to deter Aaron from putting some more pressure on them as this tower begins to move over to the first checkpoint, and armor and missiles coming through to support it too. Will get taken out though by, I believe that was the Jet Squelcher. And Benny's going to run right at that tower. We'll see if it works for them.
It might be a little bit precarious for Benny. Benny, however, able to get that tower and kind of start pushing it back, but Lumina Lumina looks like they're having trouble getting on that tower, and then they decided, hey, I'm just gonna give up.
A little bit, and the missile share coming to their teammate top bridge. Thankfully, they did have a splash wall to absorb some of the damage from the missiles coming through there. But you're right, I think Benny somehow doing a little U-turn at the tower managed to dissuade Yume Star from pushing any further, and it's something that Myopsdus desperately needed. They were under a lot of pressure, and it didn't feel like they had specialists ready to counter any sort of push. Now they do. Now the Inkjet is out, and there should be missiles coming through to support that as well. But no one there to defend that recall. A little bit of a late trade, and I think it's so close, 1v1.
I know Yume Star's gonna have to dance for their life on this tower. Unfortunately, they are unable to break that lead point right there. And a member of Yume Star just jumping a little bit too late for them to be able to take that lead, giving that score to a really close 49-50.
Yeah, I believe it was twice made 49-49, but for the time being, Myopsdus is just barely surviving, somehow surviving that bubble as well, but not going to be able to survive the follow-up there from Blue. And it's just Goggy left, goes down again, Blue with the triple, and that is a complete wipe onto Myopsdus. This could be the game right now. Pushing in here against a Squeezer on fire is going to be so challenging, and the final checkpoint gone. I think this is Yume Star through and through, looking beautiful all the way to the goal, as they only go down one player in what is a dominant final 40 seconds from them.
That was, that was an incredible play coming out from Blue. Really just beating the odds and being able to survive while they're bubbling, and then after they bubble to get two picks out of it, and even getting a little bit of their vision blocked by the bubbles for a second.
And so, I'm finding some similarities to Splatalot and Yume Star here, right? From these first two matches, what we've seen from Blue has been unrivaled aggression, but successful aggression too, finding so many clutch and crucial picks and streaks to really propel their team into a great position. And I'm loving from the other members is the support that they're providing. Obviously double armor coming through there, but Lumina also utilizing those missiles. I think it was 7 missiles coming through. That chip damage, that information that you're going to get from it, that is massive to a player of Blue's mechanical ability to have that info going into fights and being able to isolate 1v1s. It's something that cannot be understated. Even though we love to see individual players pop off, you always have to support these support players who are making it possible for them. Yeah,
and I think having chip damage on a player from the missiles, like you said, for a Squeezer to have that going into a 1v1 is always, it's going to turn out really positively for the Squeezer more often than not.
Very much so, and as we kind of come full circle here, back to Splatoon Starfish main stage, I can't expect to see anything other than a Squeezer coming from Blue. And if I'm Yume Star, I probably don't make too many changes in general. I think they looked really good with that Rapid Blaster Pro Deco, something that does have good range on this match on this map for the spacing purposes, able to challenge a lot of the walls around the zone, while also being able to push up a little bit further and pressure anybody on the enemy team's snipe. Myopsdus quickly readied up. Do you think they have made adjustments?
I think last match was for some time going in the favor of Myopsdus, so being able to maybe make better choices with the weapons they have could also opt to be in Myopsdus' favor as well.
Are you suggesting they make good choices?
Make good choices every day.
Make good choices every day, and especially here as it is now down to their final match, otherwise they will be sent over to losers bracket. They need to make the reverse sweep happen if they want to avoid that, but for the time being they have once again opted for the same comp. Again, sometimes it's comfort, sometimes it's they know what they're doing with it, and they really believe in what it can do here. A little bit of a change coming out. Lumina no longer on the K-Shot, now opting for the Neo Splash. I do like that pick quite a bit, as that Suction Bomb Rush will be able to push back into the zone and take a lot of map control very, very regularly. On top of that, the vanilla jet comes out instead of the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco or the custom jet that we saw coming through from Aaron initially. But for the time being, what they need to be more worried about is towards flank.
I do think that they noticed the flank, so the Knot does jump straight back into their spawn. Fortunately for Yume Star. The comms, the comms just gotta happen.
I would also say, fortunately for Myopsdus as well, because I think if Port sticks around too long there, they're not alive to get this pip with the Inkjet, and that's what we need to see. We need some more directs coming through from the Inkjet. That's the influence it can have, and with only one armor coming through, they should have a little bit more success than they had in the previous match. Thankfully for Myopsdus, they do get the zone under their control, and Tort is looking to find a few more picks. While there is a numbers advantage, perfect timing. You love that as a commentator. Beautiful fall off onto Lumina there, and maybe even able to find one more if they push up.
I see your willingness into existence. Your 3,000 points on the line.
Something like that, yes.
But Myopsdus does take the lead, and Benny trying to get as many of the members of Yume Star into that reticle so that they have information about where these players are. Unfortunately, Benny kind of in a weird position right here, opting to jump out safely, which is great. I think it was a good play on their part.
Yeah, I think the jump out was good, but perhaps it would have been better just to jump back across the gap to provide a little bit more support with the team, especially playing in that zone. It's okay to give up the zone from time to time, but now you look at that penalty onto Myopsdus, 57 points to work through. It's not an easy penalty to get through on any map, particularly on a map like this, when they might not be able to get back in control if Yume Star plays it correctly, and that is kind of what you want to see initially. A great pick there, and Tort kind of just having Inkjet for their own life, but with an armor coming through, not going to be able to get anything off that before they get taken out.
And, you know, Yume Star is in a really great position to be able to hold that zone for an extended period of time. Many members of Myopsdus are coming back to respawn, but they are coordinating those specials, getting those missiles to hopefully take out somebody, but I do believe that the K-shot is down. Yes,
perhaps. And it will also be the NZAP going down. Somehow Blue getting away with that fight. We saw them and they were looking very blue themselves, but thankfully able to back away. And it's going to be perfectly timed too, because with just a little bit more ink on that zone, it should be Yume Star taking the lead here, and the bubbles will push through. Trying to find a little bit of a pick with them perhaps, but not going to happen. And right back the other way, Myopsdus do take control again. Large penalties for both teams. Trying to push through them is going to take a solid period of control, something that both teams are struggling to establish.
But, you know, Myopsdus has a lot on the line at this point in the match with only a minute and 20 seconds left. Yume Star does end up getting a wipe on Myopsdus, giving them a huge opportunity to move up and hopefully hold them in their spawn.
And that's such a difficult position to clear where Blue has set up, especially when it's something as rangy as the Squeezer. It's not going to make things any easier to get to the zone, especially now that they are 2 down, and Goggy and that last other remaining member really have a lot of work. I don't think they're going to be able to do it, and it is a complete wipe. Yume Star winning this set 3-0, and that will advance them on to winners finals here, of course, in Low Ink, June 2022 Alpha Bracket. Beautifully played by them, always looking very in control. I think Myopsdus did play well, but once again, the power of Blue. I mean, somebody...
The power of Blue. Somebody's got to stop Blue.
Somebody will need to find the answer to halting Blue. Otherwise, Yume Star, I think you might just be seeing your new Low Ink champions for the month. Enjoy it while it lasts, because if they keep going like this, they're going to be banned.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you win Low Ink, just remember that you're no longer allowed to play in Low Ink.
Well, I certainly have my money on Yume Star now. I don't think many teams will be able to have an answer to that, but I'm excited to see what the remainder of the day has for us. Perhaps someone will figure out the response needed to slow down Yume Star. As for us, though, Milana, I think we have come to a halt for our action on the day, as we will be awaiting 2 lovely commentators in Magic 8-Ball and Popgun, coming on here to take you home through the rest of the way. Any final words for us, Milana?
Make good choices. Play Squeezer. Play Low Ink next month.
If you don't get banned this month, yeah.
Yeah, right. If you don't get banned. If you get banned, don't play in Low Ink. You're not allowed to.
And where can the people find you, Milana?
They can find me at twitch.tv/Milana when I feel like I want to stream Smile. They can also find me Milana TV on pretty much any other platform like YouTube and Twitter and Instagram or whatever. And how about yourself, Barry?
They can find me at The Barry on Twitch, or they can find me at The Barry on YouTube, or they can find me at the Berry with 4Ys on Twitter. That's basically the only place else that I am.
Nice. We love to see it. And with that being said, we will be signing off. You will be in great hands moving forward in this tournament. Thank you so much for having us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Stay tuned. On that Nautilus will take out Garrett very early on, and that is kind of going to be an issue, as that would have been the best weapon to kind of poke and prod away at these members of Ink Killers on this first push, as we see Garrett already back and finding some picks too. Not just some picks, some beautiful picks at that.
They need clams in the basket. Now they have them on their players, but they can't seem to score. Sure, there you go. There are the clams. Moving all the way up now, getting that ball dunk, and with it, a lead. And the super jump on the pity clam. Not going to find the ball in 45 seconds. Remember, cleaning that up. There's the score. They need one more clam to end this game, and AE doing exactly that.
A lot of adjustments being made here from the sides of Ink Killers. I like it.
Sure, with the missiles here, quickly finding two off of that pop. They're going to look for the third one. They need to pick up this Rainmaker and move.
Well, they lost two. They lost two on their own somehow. Oh, Delta got a double. A collab?
Wow.
What an opening.
What an opener. This is what I talked about. You don't want to end up in a Rainmaker moment. Missiles are going to stall them out here, and it's going to buy enough time for a respawn to seize through this Rainmaker.
They're going to jump the ramp. Here it goes.
They're struggling. Oh my gosh, Adam going to see. At 1 point, Ink Killer survives. But not.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
They plans to take the lead here, but they're not coming in quite as soon as they want to. Maybe this left side flank here as Delta goes down. Finally, the clams come in from behind, but they're going to go down. Now it's just AE there with some two clams. They are going to go down. And finally, just AE alive, dancing around the basket area in a 4v1 situation. They're barely going to miss the basket there. And
Delicious Nuggets in control, start to finish. Nice little fall off there. Able to get revenge on the Splash player going down, but Lucifer rotating back. You know what? You got man advantage. Let's just hold on the zone a little bit longer. Let's let them come to us. We're going to be done with these penalty points, and let Delta punish everybody who oversteps their boundaries.
There's one. Delta looking for the second one.
Against the Nuggets, where they took things at their side, and what a 1v1, but one just had the extra advantage. AV here just having trouble keeping all four of them alive and coming back in with special here, and just not watching their cover. Oh no!
Time here. This is a dangerous situation, and they're kind of feeding one at a time. Again, forcing the drop out. They're going to have to find picks though, and it's a wipe on the side of Blue Moon. This could be it for Delicious Nuggets. They're going to be able to push, but they stop. with a beautiful job using that.
But again, I talked about this. Trying to force around this right side. Yeah, that's kind of the route, but nobody's trying to flank. But 2 players go down. That's a wipe. Oh no! Out of nowhere, the game's over. Bracket reset. Are you kidding me?
The splat bomb, I think, is what...
You're unable to find the pick there. But this tower is moving, paired up with that inkjet. It can go in either way here. Checkpoint does end up going... Or, not checkpoint, but lead. What was that? Oh my... Oh!
Oh, bomb!
Out. So this could be good. There's 2 down on the side of the Nuggets, and AV looking to try to push it. Eider's leading the way here with the try, but there is one up above, and the Stingray goes out. 2 seconds left. That is game. And
Rip. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink, June 2022. I am Popgun, joined by the Magic 8 Ball, and we got a doozy of a winner's final set for you guys. Probably not the winner's final set you were expecting, unless you were somebody like me who thought the Yume Stars would be making this deep of a run into the tournament. But they're going up against a Cinderella of all Cinderella teams in Splatalot A, who we just saw in Little Squid League 20 about 3 weeks ago, Magic, take 5th place. 5th place in Little Squid League should not equal 3rd place or better in Low Ink the next month.
No, those two tournaments have very stark contrasts in the level of teams that they at least garner an attention from, or even allow play in. These players have either had the power-up of a lifetime in the past 3 weeks, maybe they got a new coach, maybe they found a new strategy that just suddenly started working for them, or they were a sleeper. They just had a couple of bad runs, and now that they're at full power, they're here to play, and they're in winners finals.
And there's no time to kind of like recollect yourself and think about what you took to get to this point, because now you're going up against possibly one of the best, well, no, literally the best player in this tournament in blue of the Yume Stars. If you don't find an answer to that squeezer, then it doesn't matter what B, Aaron, and Lumina are bringing out to you. You're not even going to see them because you can't get past the bubbles that this squeezer has just been using to destroy people all day long. Splatalot A, you saw them on stream beat Prism, the only team to beat Yume Stars all weekend. However, Splatalot A now has a sub-in. Tri-Slosher, K-Pro, K-Shot, and Junior is the comp they were using against Prism. Dano, I believe, is subbing in for them. It's going to be taking over from the K-Spot position. So same comp, but a little bit of a different roster than what they just had.
K-spot position is basically a necessity at this point on any team composition that we see, as we are going to be seeing a lot of missiles on this large, wide map that is Acropora Hotel. And the first ray comes out, and it's already going over to the Yume Stars. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, there's 3 people down at Splatalot A. There was a ray, and that's all we needed to know.
Yeah, 3 splats already on that C-Jet, with the ray combined with Blue getting up in this nice position here, coupled with another teammate getting a nice little fall-off. And right now, Splatalot A, they might know there's a zone in mid, but they're more concerned about how they can get out of their own spawn at this point.
Right, I mean, you take it in key areas at a time, right? This top right area needs to be cleared out, as Elliot does a good job of dancing around the K-Shot there, staying alive, and is able to pop that armor now, protected from the bubbles, but you only get 1 extra hit, especially for a bubble that's popping that large in blue. The player that we've talked about is going to go crazy every single time if they can't find an answer, and the combination of the bubbles and the range is going to do them in, and Blue's just farming them at this point. Oh my gosh.
This should be game right here. You know, on a map like this, there's been some talks about like including some maps that are a little bit different from other ones that kind of at least allow counter picks to be somewhat kind of different than the quad shooter maps that we're always seeing. On a map like this, they could play this one probably 500 times. I think Yume Stars wins 500 times with the comp they have versus the comp that Splatalot A just busted out right there. But the beauty of this tournament is that you don't have to go back to Splat Zone's Acropora Hotel. You can pick a map that's going to work with your short-range Tri-Slosher stuff that you want to kind of bust out there.
Right. It's interesting because Splatalot does have a deep roster, but they decided to stick with, I mean, what's been working all tournament, right? They've gotten this far for a good reason, because they've had a composition that works on most map modes, but Acropora Hotel is not most map modes. Now they can pick whatever map mode they want.
Yeah, you know, Acropora Hotel, that's a map you traditionally see teams have like pocket weapons for.
Right.
Specifically, because it's almost a requirement to bring range, and Splatalot A had nothing.
At K-Pro, which is middling, which doesn't even outrange Squeezer.
But, last time we saw them on stream, they were building maps around their Tri-Slosher. So I think we're going to see Humpback come back, either Clam Blitz or Rainmaker. You can go back to Albacore, or not Albacore, Art Academy is what I'm thinking of. And instead they're going with Tower Control at Manta Maria here on Game 2.
Yeah, that Tri-Slosher is going to put in a lot of work there. It's really good for the pro, to be honest, because Booyah Bomb does a really good job at clearing out a lot of those tight areas, as well as it has a lot of those nice range spots for the K-Pro to make work happen, and especially the combination of the bomb and everything. But it's also good for a Squeezer for a lot of those same reasons. You know, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, and I know Blue loves this map.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the key. Is like, how do we deal with Blue? Yeah, that last game, that's just the map. But now you get to control the scenario. What can we do to limit what Blue does with that Squeezer, and so that we can get past Blue and start fighting these other players one-on-one? And now that's hard to do. Squeezer's just good on a lot of maps in general. But at least if you can go somewhere where you're comfortable with, maybe you can get yourself a little bit established. You can get out of your own spawn at least and to try to make something happen here. But again, just on paper, this is not a matchup we were expecting to see in Grand Finals. Splatalot A's in a bit of a is definitely the Goliath, or the David in this kind of David and Goliath matchup here. And seems to be having another roster issue. Now somebody else has flipped out. Did they not expect to make it this deep into the tournament here? What's going on?
I mean, that could very well be the case. I mean, we were just saying, this is a team that was in Little Squid League. They were probably thinking, all right, we're going to get to Alpha Bracket, sure, and then just, you know, get 2-0'd something. But maybe there could be there's always a lot of reasons that a sub could need to happen. You know, I mean, are these players young? If they're young, they could be getting dragged away. If they're, you know, if they're older, they might have work to go to, because this is a long tournament. We're already nearly 2 hours in.
According to the Battlefied chat, they said, sub again for my other teammate. It will be quick. Well, it's been 4 minutes since then, so I guess our definitions of quick are a little bit different, but we'll at least get this one going here. We'll wait a little bit to get this in. So we have this pre-show right before day one starts in the Discord server. It's kind of a niche little thing. And Splatalot A actually came on and talked to us a little bit yesterday. Because there's a lot of Splatalot teams. A through J, I believe, is what they're at right now. So 10 teams in the Splatalot organization. A has always been the better team. F is playing right now. They're in beta bracket. I don't know if they got eliminated yet or... yes, they did get knocked out in losers round 3 from Midnight Sun. But the Splatalot organization in general has been playing in a lot of tournaments, and it's always this kind of the joke behind the scenes of like, okay, what letters of the alphabet are going to sign up this month?
Yeah,
we've seen B sign up a lot. C's been in a lot of low inks, and you see a lot of them sign up for the Little Squid League as well. But A's definitely having a fantastic tournament up to this point. If we can just get one of their other players in the lobby here.
Yeah. It's fascinating to see, though, because the last time that I've seen anything on this scale was Inkstranomy. And I don't know if you remember those teams, but that was also like essentially a clan where a lot of people like piled into a Discord server, and there was a large community surrounding this idea of Inkstranomy. And they had a lot of competitive teams. But the difference there was that a lot of them were distinct and had their own identities in the teams. You know, there was... because they did it after, I believe it was the astrological signs. And so, like, you know, when Aries entered, you know who the players were, you know exactly. They had their own distinct identities. But for Splatalot, for me at the very least, like, it's just a change of the letter. And while the name does get a lot more recognition because of it, it's such a different way of doing things. And I don't know, it's very weird to see, because it's just like, oh, it's just this amalgamation of people.
And so I've been looking here, and the Discord, they don't have a sub lined up to go. They just pinged for a sub. So So yeah, their players are just gone. They're not like getting subs for like rotating a player in and out from their roster. They're just legit getting at the subs that they got left. And I don't know if they have anybody. I don't know if we have anybody else that you can sub in at this point, or somebody. I mean, you already got one sub who they just found, but can you find a second one in the next time? We might just have to drop these guys from the tournament or something. If we can't just sit here and do this all day long, so I'm not really sure. They were able to find one, it looks like. I don't know. Oh yeah. Oh, an actual player came in from their roster.
Hey,
okay, there we go.
Good.
They were pinking for an actual sub, which was gonna be. I was just gonna be like, I don't think there's any left at this point.
I was getting flashbacks often.
So now Mia is in here, and we got four legal players in here, ready to go. Hey, welcome. Wake up! You're playing in winners finals against
Good
one
morning,
of the best teams
TC
in this
Club.
tournament.
Guys, what's the situation? We need you. Get into the lobby right now.
There's the squeezer ripping us apart. Wait, do you have a splashdown that can eliminate these bubbles for us, please? So here we go. We got four players. The set will continue. And man, if Splatalot can come back from this with all of the I'll tell you this right now. From a captaining perspective, this is the most frustrating thing on planet Earth, honestly.
Well, yeah. I mean, you have plans and situations, and you have expectations for the players to meet. And if things fall through, it kind of falls partially on you as a captain for not getting things together, right? And falls team's image is hurt, and there's a whole slew of complications that come with that, as well as getting a reputation for being late and absent. It's a thing.
And now we just kind of wait for the teams to ready up here, and hopefully we can kind of keep an eye on the losers bracket as well. That's something I didn't really think about, is that we will be catching that bracket at some point. Miata, Gaylight, and Myopsdus kind of battling out there to keep their tournament live going.
I wanted to see that set. But we do have Splatalot A trying to come back, bounce back against Yume Stars for right now. And we see Aaron actually switching to the bamboo here. Splatalot A sticking it to what they know best. But this is really interesting. We're going to have to see how Blue plays around a little bit of lack of paint, instead going for more of an aggressive weapon option, as Aaron's already in the front lines, spraying away. And this armor is ready to go, as well as the missiles.
And Mia coming in using the K-Shot. So Duddo, the sub, who was on K-Shot last game, now moving over to that support role. So a heck of a nice little substitution here. They don't have to change their comp at all. And it's starting to work out for them. They got the opening push. Aaron forced retreat, and checkpoint 1 in danger of falling early into the favor of Splatalot A.
Maybe they just didn't want the Junior here. Maybe because I know Junior doesn't love tower control, and it's a little bit tough on this map in particular to move around, although the bombs are nice. The suction bombs are even better, as Mia's already up here in the top left area and is trying to clear the way, making sure they don't get up this block, as Blue's already coming in with the bubbles. They were trying to prevent that exact situation. Ellie's in the base trying to move around. They're able to at least get halfway through the checkpoint, but gonna get stopped for now. Decent stuff from Splatalot A. They've at least got control of mid back.
And they got control of their VC back. Again, that was a frustrating 5-minute exchange there, trying to just get people into the lobby to come out in the opening minute and get the first checkpoint. You would have loved to get that second one. That's a good hold by the Yume Stars to keep this one going here as they get across that first checkpoint. Lumina working around that left side, trying to apply some pressure so that this tower can be guided safely into that second checkpoint. It doesn't look like they'll get a chance to, because Blue goes down. So a good stop here from the Splatalot team as well. But 2 minutes gone down. Essentially a tie game at this point, but at least the game is still going compared to what happened in game 1.
And look at how the momentum changed as soon as Blue went down. Tower stopped. There was a lot of more orange on the map, and now Blue is back and is trying to get some picks and has this top right control, but each time they need to find a way to get Blue down and need to find a way to get through the members of the Yume Stars to reach that squeezer and knock them down. going to be dodging around for the time being. This Power Rider on the NZAP is not there. It's slowed down. But I don't know, like, how do you get to blue? They're trying to use the missiles here, but they don't have many more specials. And Yume is ready to go with the cannon loaded.
At least you're keeping blue back, and that's forcing the rest of the Yume Star players up. But there you go, that squeezer goes down, and now look, you see the rest of the players start to kind of slip as well. The NZAP being the last player left alive. B forced to kind of retreat here, and once again, this map is turning orange, and Splatalot A is going to take a second stab at that checkpoint. However, blue going down, not using the bubbles, so they're just going to build them up again. Early Booyah Bomb there. You'd like to see that when it comes across that checkpoint, because clearing that checkpoint is so critical. But hey, they at least recognize where the squeezer is. They're going for it, trying to make something happen before those bubbles can come out and shut down this push.
Yep, there we go. And jumps back. Everybody's gone. Everybody's out of the way. All it takes is one bubble. And blue, as much credit as we give them for the mechanical prowess, blue always seems to have bubbles ready at the right moment. And as I say it, oh my goodness. I end up going down to the bomb there, which is a bit unfortunate, but they're going to try and keep this one going. Aaron is going to have the range from the bamboo to keep dealing with this. Is going to be able to take down Elliot, one of the main slayers. This could still be the push for Yume Stars if they can take down Crow, and they're able to. One more time, Lumina comes up with the Inkjet, and it's going to be so huge for clearing out the spot, and another shot goes down. Mia's going to try and get this tower down before they can end up taking the lead. Blue does go down, but not before they get the lead at the very least. Crow going to clean up. They're going to stop the tower for now. They're not going to break the checkpoint. As I say that, they're right back on.
And they clear the checkpoint. Crow, too little, too late. How about Lumina getting a double with the Inkjet and then putting out pressure onto that enemy kind of hump area right there to keep everyone away from the tower so they can clear the checkpoint. I think got 3 of their 4 splats in that one push, but that's all that matters. It's when you get them, not how many you get. But now Splatalot A on the offensive, but the players aren't really moving with the tower. The tower's going way ahead of everybody else. There's nothing they can really accomplish right there.
The Booyah Bomb was in such a precarious situation because of that. It was too early and there wasn't the teammates surrounding it, and because of that it can end up going down. Lumina's going to be able to trying to fight the rounds for this last one, and Mia ends up taking at least one down, is going to be going all the way in, but can't face blue head on, and that's going to be Splatalot A going down one more time, and I don't think they have enough time to keep this one alive.
If the Stars give them the tower, they'll have another chance to get back on it, which they won't. I thought the Stars were about to deliver that tower to them and say, hey, we'll give you guys one more chance, and then was like, wait a minute, let's just hop off the tower and let this game in. Yume Stars, I believe, has not lost a single game all day long. So what? Yes, they 2-0. So 8, that is their 10th straight win to start off the day. Not bad for a team that on stream this year, leading up to this tournament, was 0-5. They are now 5-0 on stream in this tournament and 10-0 overall. Nice little response there from Splatalot A, but at the end of the day, when you focus a lot on blue, which you kind of have to do, that opens us up the door for everybody else to pop off. Lumina making some key splats at the right time. B being very effective on that NZAP, and obviously Aaron applying a lot of pressure. It doesn't matter. Bamboo, V-Jet, the name of the game is spam missiles, and they were able to accomplish that right there.
Spamming missiles and spamming shots and just keeping them at bay. All done exquisitely. This is the best team in the tournament. In my humble, like, by far and away. Like, I would have expected the Yume Stars to be going all the way just from the get-go, just from what I saw on day one. This team has been grinding so much and has been playing a lot and has been trying to play against stronger teams, and it's been paying off.
Yeah, and the only team that beat them, they took one loss yesterday to Prism. Prism's gone. Gaylight sent them out. So that's not to say there's nobody here that can rise up to them, but all the other team, Essence was looking really strong. They're gone. Myopsdus was having a great run. They already swept them. It's not to say that the Yume Stars are going to win this. We're not saying that right now, but you look at what they're doing right now. You can see some kind of championship DNA being put on display right here. And if they can sweep this one, get a little bit of rest heading into grand finals, they're going to be in a good position to win this one. But right now, Splatalot A, they're picking splat zones at main stage. They're trying to give Yume Stars their first loss all day long. They and you talk about Splatalot A, their tournament's extending even longer as well. Hopefully they have enough bodies to kind of survive this entire run, because at the very least they're going to be in losers finals in about 30 minutes as well.
The bodies and the stamina to stay in it, especially during a set that if you want to win it, you have to go 5 games, and if you end up losing in that game 5, you have to go to the losers, and then you're on that much more pressure. Let's see if they can avoid it. This is not the situation you want to be in if you're Splatalot. They're going to stick with their comp. They're going to try and make splat zones work as best as they can. It's going to be very hard, especially with Lumina switching over to that Splash Neo.
And Lumina being the only player in the entire lobby to switch anything. So what you see is what you get. Aaron sticking up and able to get the opening splat of the game on the Tri-Slosher. Again, I'm kind of surprised they didn't go to a map like Humpback, where that Tri-Slosher was working out really well. Instead, they want to go here to main stage. And right now, Aaron having a very good game, leading the team with 3 KA for the Yume Stars. That's not that is the last thing you want to see, is somebody other than Blue starting to pop off if you're Splatalot A.
Right, exactly, but on this map in particular, Bamboo's range is just right enough where if they're on that main stage area, they can cover the entire thing, and if they're on the forward end towards the Splatalot base, they're going to be able to just rain down shots from that perch. They're going to be able to get this cap probably with this Booyah Bomb once again. I say that and it doesn't get it. Okay. Aaron does go down here, and that's really important. Finally, Splatalot looks alive. Alien is able to at least trade this out. Blue is the last one left alive and has his bubbles. You always have to be on a guard for the sharking. And they're going to jump out and they're getting spotted out. But
there was potential. There was potential for something. Yeah, they wanted it, and ultimately said, nah, let's not. Let's come back. And now they got armor and bubbles and Flash Suction Bomb Rush ready to go. So yeah, the smart play by Blue, but you could see they wanted to do something right there. Ultimately, Yume Stars able to recap.
And it was good for Splatalot to try and clear it out, and because of that, they end up getting the lead. They end up making sure that they have a good return push. It was what it was looking like. Mia trying to find Blue once again has been one of the only members to try and do something to Blue and get those one-on-one picks. Not able to find it here. Gonna send out the missiles instead, and here comes the Booyah Bomb online right now, as well as the armor coming up at the perfect time. This could be the push that they need to hold the lead, but one is going to dive towards the Splatalot base and is going to flank around. Lumina pushes forward with that added pressure, is going to be able to find one and find two because of the assist from Aaron. And this is looking like it's Yume Stars' road to grand finals. Splatalot has one last chance, potentially, especially when Blue goes down.
Splatalot really fed into the zone right there. Instead of trying to, okay, we could be fine with sacrificing the lead and we can give up a little too much, but right now it's over. Yume Stars, with their 4th sweep of the day, sweeps Alpha Bracket and is now going to be chilling in grand finals. Splatalot A moving down to losers finals. Their tournament run's not done, but again, the lead, you got to be fine giving up lead right there. They really sold everything to try to save lead instead of just, all right, let's let them have it. Let's recollect ourselves, build up some specials, go in as a team. Instead, it was just maybe a little bit of tournament nerves, maybe just the opponent forcing you to make the mistakes. But experience clearly was the difference in that set right there, as the Yume Stars, looking to become the first team ever to win Gamma, Beta, and Alpha Bracket. How about that?
See if they can do it. It's going to be a feat. They still have plenty of high-quality opponents left in the losers bracket that can come up and challenge them. And especially that they have the break from winners finals, right? We always see this. Team that was in winners sitting pretty and getting a little bit sloppy, and that's when their momentum left them. And Yume Stars has been going off of a momentum high during this tournament.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because now it's just a matter of how do they handle the the break that is coming up that they're going to have to do that they've never done before. They've never been in this position before. So many low inks that they've played in, they've never been in this kind of situation. But for right now, we're going to figure out who they're going to be playing against. We're going to be dipping down into loser's bracket, and a set is ready to go. We are going to be giving you guys as we found out, a fan favorite, Gaylight, taking on Miata. Gaylight, who was traditionally Daylight, the team that won beta brackets last month in dominant fashion. And I said then, when I talked about them, I have no idea who these guys are. However, if you win beta bracket, you always do extremely well the next month. And Gaylight's continuing that trend. Obviously, Gaylight. I'm assuming Gaylight because it is Pride Month. Something we stand here at IPL. But moving on, they're going to be taking on Miata, who, it's one of those, is it a pickup team? Is it a project? But it's a team I expected to do pretty good as well.
Okay. I don't know a ton of these players, but a couple of names look familiar, yeah.
But for Daylight, or Gaylight, I should say, who did they play? They played earlier on stream. They played at the beginning on stream. They knocked out Acropora at the very beginning. The players for Miata, as I'm just pulling up the little roster sheet.
Alex, Logan, Johan, Ross, and Uzi.
Okay, so this some of these players are from Revamp, which is the team that made Alpha Bracket a couple of months ago and then just kind of disappeared into the night. Alex, I believe, has experience being on Up the Ante as well. So you got you got Alpha Bracket DNA making up this team, which is why I believe they would do pretty good. But now they're sitting pretty, at least in 4th place, as they're going to battle it out with Gaylight here.
But Gaylight on the other side, from what we saw, especially against Acropora, they have a squeezer that can do wonderful things, just like Blue, right? And I would love to see that matchup happen. But they also have the good supporting team. They have Urutu, who played extremely well as well during that set. And these are players with a lot of potential and seem like they have a fan base surrounding them.
Judging by the language we've seen in chat, I believe this is either a South American team or a team from a Latino country. Whenever we have a team from those regions on Low Ink, we always get a ton of fans come out and support those players that we have here. Gaylight lost in losers quarterfinals to J. Crouton. Another surprising team. This is not your grandma's Alpha Bracket that we're seeing here today. A lot of really glow up teams going on here. But since Gaylight got eliminated, they swept Essence, who Essence beat Gaylight 3-0 yesterday. So Gaylight got revenge on them here, 2-0. They swept Prism, 2-1 over Myopsdus, and now they're taking on Miata, who is going on the same exact run that Gaylight is on as well. Win in winners round 1 to Aquatic Vanguard, got swept out by Yume Stars, and then in losers bracket, Eternal Frost, goodbye. Acropora, get out of here. J. Croutons, nice to see ya. We're not going to miss you, though. So Miata is on a 6-game win streak themselves. So not really a surprise that we see two teams on a streak at this point in Low Ink. It's just a matter of what unstoppable force can beat each other.
And it's so impressive because Gaylight has beaten so many mainstay Low Ink teams, right? I mean, Essence, been here a while, was one of the favorites. Prism, a lot of these players have been knocking around in this low level for a long time. Myopsdus, we've seen them do well in so many alpha brackets, but have never put it together. He just ran through them. They are on a good run. They are on a very strong run. And Miata, the same thing, right? Acropora, J. Croutons, like good teams that are up and coming, and they've been on top of them every single time. I'm very excited for this set. I'm excited to see what Miata brings to the table, though.
You know, Myopsdus, the last time they were made this deep of a run into Alpha Bracket was October of last year, when they pulled off the shark play, the infamous shark play against ITAP. But ever since that moment, they've just kind of disappeared. I believe they had like roster changes, and it took them 8 months to get back into the situation. So when you talk about Gaylight and Miata, yeah, this is a great run for them, but you got to capitalize on this moment while you're here, because you don't know. You're never guaranteed to make it back to this point. Myopsdus is a great example. So you got to strike while the iron is hot, because this could be the best you ever do for a while. You never know.
We are going to be seeing them play on Zones Anchovy, which is going to be another good squeezer map, because I mean they're all good squeezer maps, right?
Yes. Is there a map that you don't want to play squeezer on?
I legitimately think no. I think it's good everywhere.
Well, I mean, if there is a map we've eliminated from the counter pick pool, I guess is some argument
exactly.
some people make. But I mean, at the end of the day, squeezer, it's not unbeatable. There are definitely some certain weapons and scenarios where you can overcome it. But it is a weapon that's not, in my opinion, it's not free. I feel like everything you get with squeezer has to be earned. So I think there's some respect that goes along with that, or maybe we don't respect anybody who uses any meta weapons anymore. But I still think squeezer is a impressive weapon to use. Regardless of how often it's been used in the meta nowadays.
No, I mean, anyone who wields it has to be mechanical like a mechanical prodigy, especially at this level, and these players that are using them. It's because, like, when you're trying to tap shot, right? Because of the way that most people hold their controllers and everything, like, you end up like shifting your aim a little bit. And I know that some people remap to A to shoot or things like that, right? And that's smart and that's good, but it's still very hard to keep your controller steady and hit every single one of those shots every time. And the fact that these players can do so consistently, like you said, a lot of respect.
I looked into using squeezer like a couple of years ago. The reason I didn't even try it is because I hold the controller with my middle finger on the trigger, but I tap fire way faster with my index finger. So if I wanted to use squeezer, I would have to literally change how I hold the controller, and I was like, nah, that's too much of an adjustment, especially if I were like to ever come off of it. So yeah, people who use that or brush or a slosher, I got a lot of respect for it, and also hope they have some health insurance for the damage
the
they're doing.
carpal tunnel that is coming their way.
Or we might need to figure out, like, develop our own kind of controller. Like, we need our version of the box that Smash Brothers has for all these trigger fire weapons that we got here. Best of 3 in this set. And we are looking to see which team is going to be taking on Splatalot A in losers finals. That is an X-Splosh rearing its ugly head for the side of Gaylight.
Wow, interesting. And comboing it with the squeezer, using bubbles instead of using baller instead of the bubbles, as well as the point sensor to try and keep their eyes on the members of Miata. Quad shooter comp coming out, though. It's gonna have armors, it's gonna have bomb rushes, it's gonna have some missiles, and especially on this map, it's really important to get them. Jules ends up going down, and so does a junior. This is looking like Ross is deciding to go forward, and they were not ready for it.
That baller, there's not really much you can do. That is literally the worst baller in the game, just because it's a heavy weapon, and they nerfed it to where the speed of the baller is attached to the weight of the weapon there. Just kind of using it as a stay alive thing right now, but they need to use something to kind of capture the zone and get a splat. That Booyah Bomb doesn't really accomplish anything. Bubbles going in there, able to kind of, still not able to capture the zone. Finally does, but still, they got that with all their specials. 0 splats so far from the side of Gaylight.
Yeah, and you need to use those specials to create openings and not just get paint. Unfortunately, that's what Miata has been doing very well during the first minute of the set, as they've been using the specials to find the openings to keep them back and keep them at bay. And now look at how much paint is already on the map, and they're still getting specials and are almost all the way charged up. And usually it's the other side that is getting the specials. They're going for the long flank this time around. The Kegel ends up popping the Bia Bomb in a precarious situation and ends up getting double teamed because they were in the know, and they were able to pop the Bia Bomb before it ended up doing the damage. Jules rolls a bomb, and that's going to be at least a little bit of a help to get back on this zone. Is going to be able to find one before going down to the missiles as well. The baller ends up getting stuck on the block and is not able to paint the zone, and this is looking like it's not going well. This is Miata's game, and they have stuck around after everything that Gaylight is throwing at them.
Gaylight just got ran out of the Anchovy game map. My goodness. It was a minute and 30 seconds before they could even get a splat. Wow. I mean, they threw every special they had. The specials was really the only reason they stayed in that one. And they threw out a lot of specials, able to cap the zone once. But yeah, really struggled to get any kind of splats right there. I don't know if that's just the map they weren't comfortable with, or they just couldn't really deal with the meta that was being thrown at them. But my goodness, Miata with a statement in game one. Almost served Gaylight some donuts right there.
There were two donuts on that scoreboard. It was almost a full 4-pack. That was impressive. And it's so hard to not only make room, but then also find the openings afterwards, especially with something like Bubbles, like Baller, where it's just kind of an explosion and then you're left a little bit exposed, right? And it's a lot easier to do that with something like Missiles, where they have to deal with multiple things coming at them, right? And so it's one of those things where it's like, especially on a map like Ancho, where you can just raise the fan or you can back up and let them have it and hide in that corner, which is what we saw them do after Gaylight got back to zone. They just hid in the corner and just waited and had their specials at the ready and then just threw everything back at them. It's very good play, and they're going to have to find a map mode that is better suited towards their diving playstyle that we're seeing from Gaylight.
They're opting to stick with the Splat Zones mode and instead go to Inkblot Art Academy. I think we're going to see that X-Splosh start to disappear from the comp they had right there. And fair enough. Again, that baller just didn't really accomplish anything, and I think that was just because they were kind of popped in some awkward situations. But they just never really had an opportunity to get established and just to get comfortable. They were constantly on the run, constantly just forced to build up specials just to stay in the game. So maybe a little bit of a comp change, and if they can come out a little bit stronger in the beginning, not wait a minute and 30 seconds to finally splat somebody, and they can actually get a setup and established and run the kind of offense that they want to run, Gaylight can very easily win this one. But right now, if you're Miata, you're probably feeling pretty confident with how that last game just ended right there. That alone can do a lot for you mentally, not just for this set, but for the rest of the tournament.
And we talked about how they're on the loser's tear, right? They're the ones with a ton of momentum, and so was Gaylight. But now that they don't have that momentum, that they got stopped in their tracks by someone else, can they get it back? It's going to be tough. It's going to be so tough. This is definitely a map mode that they can do it on, and they get a good lockout, like they can shut down the opponent's momentum, but it's definitely going to be a mind game. It's going to be a war of the mentals, and especially this late in the tournament, especially with this much on the line, this much pressure, they're going to have to be super strong-willed if they want to come back out of this.
You know what I like? I like that Gaylight is letting the timer run out. You guys can't see the ready up screen, but everybody was readied up for Miata, but Gaylight said, nah, I'm not going to ready up. Let's just let the timer run out. Let's recollect ourselves. Let's just erase the memory of what happened in game one and mentally get prepared to dominate in the opening seconds right here. And yes, the X-Splosh is gone. Instead, we're going to see missile spam coming out from the V-Jet as well. As many missiles as the three mains of main power up coming out inside of Miata there.
That's literally just a missile machine. And look at them, they already have one missile at the ready. They have the armor as well. Logan's able to find this fight and is able to win it out. And because of the missiles landing at the right time, after Logan dives on one more member, they're going to get them pushed all the way out of the zone. They need to be zoners though. Come on, people. You have 4 shooters that you can paint the zone. They get it. They're pushed back onto the plat, and Gaylight needs to make something happen soon.
Yeah, they got to start building up those specials and go in. Another player going down. These bubbles just kind of going in by themselves, not really able to accomplish anything. So those bubbles gone. And Alex able to get down, but gets a trade with it as well. But now they don't have any of the specials to work with. But still, there's plenty of time left here. You don't want to just rush this. You got to be comfortable with sacrificing a good chunk of the points here because you just need this game to be extended. You don't need it to get into a KO.
No, you don't, but at the same time, you need to not go down. And the faster you can generate your specials and start moving together as a unit, the less time there is for one of the players on Miata who are doing incredibly well in their 1v1 fights to find that pick and find that opening. They're able to cap the zone for the very minute, but as we said, they're already starting to lose fights. They're already getting caught in these bad situations. The armor comes online, and there's so many bombs from the bomb rush of the Splash-O-Matic. Jules has to bubble out of here. He's going to try and stay alive for the time being. The missile's coming down as well, and that's going to be them pushed all the way back once again. And every time it seems like they've got their footing, they end up getting staggered out. The missiles come online, but it's not looking great. If they can at least just coordinate a couple more specials, they can get this cap, and they do.
And this might be the closest Oh, wow, I can't even speak before two people just explode. Yeah, back up. We got to restart all over again. I would say that was the closest they've had this entire set to try to get established. They can't get established at all without two players just exploding on the zone.
Every single time it seems like they've got something. It's just one good play. One good play is all it takes. And with 30 seconds left on this timer, it's going to be tough for them to get back in. They have a lot of these specials at the ready. They have Jules in a good spot, but that pop was a little bit too early and there was nobody there. There was nobody conditioned to try and dive on them at the moment. And now it's just the Jet Squadron left alive. Everyone's down and they're already gunning for it. They're so frazzled right now. You can tell it in their play. They're not making the plays that they need to. The Gaylight run is over. Oh, and what a good run it was.
Welcome to the meta. It's hard to beat. Miata looking very dominant, and they have now won 10 straight games in losers brackets, dismissing Gaylight in those two Splat Zones games, and they're going to be moving on to losers finals. What a performance by them, putting all the pressure, applying a ton of pressure on the Gaylight, and Gaylight just never had a response to it in those two games. But that is 100% credit to Miata for their play style and what they just did to them right there.
Yeah, two quick ones. You already know that they're on a line straight to grand finals. They want it. You can tell how badly they are gunning for this tournament win. The banning of low ink, right?
Just looking at the predictions, Miata was the heavy underdog. I cannot believe Julian just got close to 50,000 points off of that one prediction right there. My goodness.
Let's go.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, I think the predictions might be a little bit different now, as Miata is going to be taking on Splatalot A, who is, again, was dealing with some roster issues in that winners finals. They needed a sub in game one, needed to bring out somebody, wake up one of their own teammates and sub out for game two. So hopefully Splatalot's got a squad waiting for us in losers finals right now. But Miata, again, 10 straight games that they've won. Splatalot A coming off of a sweep in losers finals, clashing dynamics right now. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw some non-believers of Miata now suddenly become believers after what they just saw.
I would hope so. I'd hope that people have a little bit more faith in this team now, because I know I do. Because that was incredible.
It was. And hats off to Gaylight. Beta champs last month, 4th place in Alpha Bracket this month. Continuing the tradition of beta bracket teams, beta bracket champions dominating the next month. And speaking of which, that's why we'll always keep an eye on beta bracket this month. If you want to see what the future of low ink is going to be, you just got to keep a look at beta and gamma. So that is where the monsters of tomorrow are working today. Splatalot A, take it on Miata. The room has been set up. The Splatalot A says that they are coming and no issues this time around. So hopefully they can get the roster that they want. Get that Tri-Slosher, K-Pro, K-Shot, and whatever junior or NZAP that they want to bust out. And they can keep putting on the performance they've been putting on all weekend long. And have been a very impressive run for Splatalot A.
I mean, really, like you said, Cinderella-esque run. Truly, for no reason at all, out of left field, out of the wild blue, this team has come alive. And although it's really unfortunate that they were having some roster issues earlier, it seems hopefully they are at least meshing with their sub. They're at least trying to make things work and trying to put up a fight, because they did put up a fight against Superstars. There were some moments where they had a good chance. But it's going to be tough now. It's going to be tough, especially against a team that is on such a roll.
And if you're the Yume stars and you're watching this stream right now, you're probably just thinking, wait, Splatalot A or Miata is who we're going to play? We just swept both of those teams today. They've already beaten both of those teams this very day. So they're going to be feeling pretty good. Now, it's really hard to beat a team twice in one day. And quite honestly, when we often see rematches, most of the time it goes the other way. Just because momentum's a little bit different, emotions are a little bit different, the stage is a little bit bigger. A lot of factors change outside of just what comps and lineups are, and those definitely play a factor right now. But Miata going in, game one's going to be Splat Zones at Sturgeon Shipyard. Would be nice to see some Chargers here, but all the Chargers, I believe, are dead and gone at this stage of the tournament. So you're just going to see mostly some meta-ish stuff from here on out.
It's funny because I feel like it's always been the case, but low level is just drags behind the high level meta, like just enough. But it's fascinating now because we're seeing it accelerate a little bit sooner. Or maybe it's just that it hasn't changed so much in so long that like now they've caught up, right? And so we're seeing a lot of these younger teams adopt the strategies that we saw even in that invitational international tournament, right? Like it's a lot of the same. It's a lot of shooters and a lot of different scenarios. It's a lot of missiles. It's a lot of rays. It's a lot of jet squadron. It's a lot of K-shot. And so it's fascinating to see. I think that there are innovations that need to be had to beat this kind of thing, and that we've seen it in that tournament, but it's still there. It's still present.
That innovation's coming in 3 months, Magic. You just gotta wait a little bit longer.
Oh my goodness! Please, can it come any sooner? Maybe just higher, please.
You know, I kind of pointed this out last month. I said, because we had a Charger team win in Delicious Nuggets, and we've seen a lot of Chargers be very successful in low link as of late. But I said, like, don't be surprised if the very next month you see a team use the meta and win with that, because that is that's just what wins. Not to saying you can't beat the meta with something else, but when skill levels kind of equal, that's when these outside factors come into play. It's like, what is your comp is? What kind of practice did you do leading up to this tournament? How much grinding have you do? How much preparation did you do into what your counter picks should be, and what kind of counter picks work best against your opponents here? That's where you start to determine who the low ink champion is. Those little mini factors here, as skill level gets kind of tighter and tighter as we get deeper into the tournament. But now we are ready to go. Best of 5 back here in losers finals. Splatalot A taking on Miata. Clashing dynamics. Splatalot A coming off a 3-0 sweep. Miata coming off of a 10 straight run, ripping apart people in losers brackets, as we always see here in low ink. Who's going to bounce back and take on the Yume Stars in grand finals?
This is losers finals, and let's see if Splatalot has the mentality to bounce back. They had a good break. They had time to mesh with their new sub. They had the time to get back their mental. And let's see if they can at least put up a fight against this really strong team as Logan switches to the squeezer that we've been seeing so much today, and is going to try and use those bubbles to make something happen. Gonna end up diving away now from Crow on this Crow. As the missiles come in and specials are flying already.
You know, that's a good point you kind of mentioned, because they had to figure out their roster during the middle of Winners Finals. Maybe Splatalot A was able to use that break to figure out, okay, who are you? What's your name? Nice to meet you. Can we, what can we do to help make you more comfortable? They could actually figure out the lineup that they got there, and that's at least got them a little bit of a lead going on here, but now Miata's in a great position with those bubbles coming out from Logan to establish a great lockout here.
Logan didn't really use those bubbles quite the way that they needed to be used on that that ledge. He's gonna end up going down, as well as one more getting caught in the zone, and all of a sudden Splatalot A is already painting nearly the entirety of the map and running forward as their composition demands it to do. Already you see the specials getting charged once again, but Splatalot has a good lockout and they're putting pressure on these high ground areas. Maybe they get caught out here because of the range and they're going to at least go one down, but this is not set in stone as a push for, well, no.
Well, maybe not so much, as we see the Tri-Slosher still kind of causing some issues as two players immediately go down for Miata. They finally get control of the zone, and there's some better special usage out of Logan on those bubbles. I agree, that first time they used them just seemed like, oh, I have bubbles, let me use them. That time used with purpose and able to get a couple of splats, but Reyes stays alive, at least for the time being. I was kind of surprised they won that fight, but Splatalot A able to hold on control of zone, and now they're starting to push up and create a lockout themselves.
I think Mia did a good job there, just dancing around, staying alive, being a nuisance, and forcing them to do something about the K-shot. Then when they didn't, getting the picks. Elia's gonna end up going down a little bit overextended, and the missiles are coming in. This is looking like the push that we want to see, from Miata. They have the coordination, they have the specials. Look at the assists coming in from the missiles from the Jet Squelcher. That's exactly what you want to see. You want to coordinate them, you want to move in together with the specials, and they're going to end up getting, I believe it's a delayed wipe. Alex is going to be trying to pay for this armor very quickly. They do have a couple more specials at the ready to prevent this push from Splatalot A to come back in, but they're already racing towards the zone alone. Elia ends up going down, and the ends up has a couple of specials, but look at the yellow that's already going towards this lower ground area. This is not looking like the fight you want to see for Splatalot A.
They are finally able to get one splat, though, working around that right side, and the Tri-Slosher getting established in a great position just to try to stall this zone. And oh, well, they don't have man advantage, and now one player dies in zone. One more going down as well. That is a wipe. Goodbye, game one. I believe that should do it there. Miata's going to continue their streak to 11 straight.
That was so clutch from the side of Miata. The way that they held back, the way that they saw Elia coming in right before the armor popped and was able to just knock him down, swat him away, keep the paint on the ground so that the Tri-Slosher couldn't move, and then just went from there. That was really clean.
It is the age of the squeezer now. 14K. Don't worry, guys. I might have misplayed the bubbles at the beginning, but I'm not going to make a single mistake the rest of the way out. Yikes. Bubble action all over now that Low Ink is now in the month of June. Now, best of 5. Splatalot A doesn't have to win this one to stay in it, but you don't want to lose on your own counter pick, but you do want to stop momentum right now. You have lost 4 straight in this tournament. Your opponent's won 11 straight. This has to be your best map mode possible, and you got a Tri-Slosher, and you were really good in Humpback the last time that you beat Prism on stream. That's quite honestly, your Tri-Slosher is the only thing that's different from the opponent. Otherwise, it's mostly a slight mirror matchup, even though you don't really have a squeezer. But they want to stick with this tower control Manta Maria pick. Fair enough. But I don't know if this highlights the difference in your comp versus your opponent.
No, I don't think it does either. And especially with the range that we've been seeing from Splatalot A, they don't have those high grounds to, they're not able to easily pressure those high grounds and those perches where the backline ends up landing. And there's a Jet Squelcher on the other side. You need to be prepared to go up against that. You need to be prepared to either chase it down or make sure that it has no one else to support because you end up winning a fight or two. And if they're not able to make that capitalization, they're not able to end up preying on the weaknesses of the composition. It's hard to do. I could sit here and talk about it all day, but it's so hard to execute, and Splatalot A needs to be very certain that they can do it.
Well, this is definitely a comfort pick for them because they picked it earlier in Winners Finals. So this is a map they clearly feel confident on in general, which is why they're picking it here. And it's no guarantee that Logan's going to go back to Squeezer, even though they popped off with in that last game. We didn't see him use it at all in the set leading up to this. So there's a little bit of comp changing that can go on the side of the opponent. So for some reason, Logan doesn't feel comfortable using Squeezer here. They can easily just switch off to K-Shot or Pro or something else. Right. Game 2 coming down the line. Splatalot A trying to stop the bleeding here and tie the set back up at 1 apiece. Miata looking to keep the ball rolling and try to push Splatalot A on the brink of elimination.
They're gonna have to try and do it here. Ross switching to a V-Slosher. All right, I love this team. I love V-Slosher. V-Slosher's so good, especially with the way you can spam bombs. It's basically a K-Shot, except it has the range and it has that verticality to put a map like this to. It's so hard to move around. They're going to end up going for a little bit more of an aggressive peek, an aggressive play early on, trying to get around that mass. The Slosher going all the way up onto this bunker. Use that high ground to end up arcing a shot downwards, and that's Elia end up going down. Try Slosher, you have to take a back seat to this. Juno trying to dive over and is going to end up getting an assist and another pick because of those missiles, because they're just so strong, and already they're in such a good position to make this map mode go the other way for Splatalot.
The same mistake we saw against the Yume Stars. Instead of being fine, sacrificing a checkpoint, a little bit of a lead, they're feeding in and trying to stop the push in general. And because of that, not only did they lose the first checkpoint, now they lost the second checkpoint, the most critical one. So this game's already blown wide open just because they're not willing to recollect themselves. They're diving everything they can just to stop a push, and they're getting punished for it.
It seems like they've got at least their footing now, and unlike the Yume Stars, they were not able to, on the side of Miata, to push back against that aggression that we saw, and because of that, they're going to be running forward here. Mia deciding to use this V52 to try to run a train. That's a wipe for Splatalot A, and they have the position now. Look at how Crow is already on that mast. I don't think that they know. I don't think they know he's here, and he's going to have a Booyah Bomb very, very soon. That's 1 going down. Already, make that 2, and they're stuck so far away from the tower. They're in such a bad position to try and defend this thing. They need to get into that area where Crow is, and Ellie ends up trading out, and this is such a good position. They can break this third checkpoint.
Somebody just woke up. Oh, this is going to go on even more. They can't get their bird out of the crow's nest. Oh, Crow finally falling down. That third checkpoint falls. They're going to add a little bit more points here. Oh, they might get the KO. They might get the KO right here. All of a sudden, Splatalot A wakes up and makes this a set again.
This is a set now. I cannot believe how much Crow and Ross and Mia end up just going off right there. Finally using those weapons to their advantage. Trying to be using those weapons to get into those 1v1 situations and having the confidence to do so. Very impressive. And this is the mentality that you need to see if you want to win a low rank, if you want to win a championship.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of explains why they were feeding in those other situations, because they've probably been making plays like that all week long and then they never got punished for it. And that time they just fed right in, able to get a triple and get established and get their offense going that they want to do. Now the question is, can they hold on to this defense? Because this bucket has been playing really strong so far, ultimately getting taken care of by its smaller counterpoint, the Tri-Slosher there. But still, you've cleared the first 2 checkpoints already. It's just a 1 checkpoint lead. As much of a huge lead as it seems to be, it's really not that massive.
Right, and it's very easy to get it rolling now that those checkpoints are gone on this map mode. It's so fascinating to see, right? We haven't seen Miata in this frazzled situation where they're down. They've always had control, right? Especially when we saw them against Gaylight. This is the first time that they've been needing to try and bounce back after getting absolutely rolled during one of the pushes, and Ross is ended up doing a good job of that, just using that maximum range to keep these Splatalot members at bay, and it's going to be that battle of stiff arming, and if they can break through, another great pick like you said, and this is going to be the push that they want. Is Splatalot in the position to defend this though? And I think that they are.
That positioning by Ray is so key. And now they're in the crow's nest, but two of their teammates go down, so they're not able to kind of focus the tower to get across that checkpoint. 40 seconds left to go here. Plenty of time. Oh, I would... I mean, I know you're way off by yourself, but the time kind of ticking down right there, firing missiles, I don't know. That was probably the smart play, but I would kind of wanted to see if that player was going to try to make something crazy happen right there and keep that position.
Let's see if it's so tough, right? Because you know that the right play is, in most situations, to just move out, to just get the specials ready so that you can have this insane push with the armor, with the bubbles, with the missiles, and that's what they're going to try and go for. But if they ended up, this could end up going the wrong way if they don't execute perfectly. They're betting it all in this one situation, and Ross needs to get this pick now onto Mia. Mia's trying to dance around. This Mia bombs are coming out, and that's Splatalot A at least getting game one back. And this is a set. This is losers finals of Lowing.
And look, 11-game win streak gone. A 4-game losing streak gone. Yeah, this was looking like it wasn't going to be a set. Now it is. And it's thanks to the opening, or not the opening, but the responding triple by Mia and Crow getting established on the enemy side of the map and able to just make one push. That's all it takes in Splatoon. You just have to be the better team for 10 seconds and you can avoid, you can win the game over the course of 5 minutes like that. So there you go. That's why they picked that map. That worked out.
It seems like I said, finally got their stuff together, finally figured out exactly what they needed to do for a game plan on that map mode, and really good to see. Yeah, gosh, that entire sequence was immaculate, ecstatic. It looked like they shouldn't have gotten away with it, but thinking back to it, they knew what they were doing. Because it was a double team. It was a double team scenario. Mia was just getting supported, and they were just mowing people down together. And that was, it was beautiful from those two.
And, you know, I thought Miata was coming back because Roz was in such a great position there along that wall. And that's something you can't do with Tri-Slosher. You could attack and kill people consistently on that little perch on the backside of that wall over there with the extra range that the Vanilla Slosher has. So they were able to control that street, and the tower could stay there as long as they wanted. The problem was, since Splatalot A cleared that third checkpoint, it's how do you get across that third checkpoint on your own end when your Vanilla Slosher has to come down and can't just kind of like gatekeep that entire area up top there along the street. So just a great push by Splatalot A, but Miata still had their moments where they could have come back and win that one.
And it's all about capitalization, right? You know, they needed to capitalize on the moment. They needed to know that next step, and it seemed like in that moment, whether they understand it or not is yet to be seen, but they didn't execute on it if they did understand it, and if they didn't understand it, then that's going to be a huge problem for them moving on. They know how to play something like zones, but with a moving scenario and with so many different areas that you need to be able to control and move up to control, it's going to be tough. Whoa, why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because I was just thinking in my head, we've only seen them one on Splat Zones on stream so far, technically.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, I bet you the reason we haven't seen a map picked yet is because they tried to pick Splat Zones again. And I looked in chat and they did. They tried to go to Splat Zones, which you can't do if you won on the set already. If you won on a map or mode already in the set, you can't go back to that map or that mode. So they can't camp out on Splat Zones. Instead, they're opting to go with Rainmaker and Snapper Canal. Something I don't think we've seen this map or this mode all day on stream. We haven't, not a lot of Rainmaker fans in the tournament here. Or maybe Lois has just killed off any kind of hope people have had of that from what they did back in January. But still, definitely a little bit of a change here. I don't know if we'll see that Slosher come back out from Raze, or if they want to go with something a little bit more quicker. Because Yeah, we just haven't seen them use Rainmaker yet, but I'm assuming their comp's going to change a little bit to match with a little bit more mobility.
They're going to have to find a way to keep things moving, like you said. But Jet Squelcher can usually do a good job here. Slosher, actually, I like something like a V-Slosher here as well, but probably going to see a K-Shot because, again, mobility, being able to move up those vertical situations very, very quickly is a good advantage to have. But is it going to be enough? Are they going to be able to have those specials in that certain situations to prevent stuff like a Baller or a Booyah Bomb from really just shutting down their push? Splatalot's going to take their time, going to just calm down and figure this one out again.
You know what I just realized? The player that Mia subbed for was Vic.
Yes.
Because you were pointing out, like, hey, Vic Villian, you played in this tournament. Obviously, it wasn't that one. But Mia, who got that opening triple, again, for all we know, could have just been in bed like an hour ago. Just got a bunch of emergency pings. Hey, we're in winners finals. We need a sub. Hurry up and play. So this player coming off the bench, essentially, making some huge impacts there in game 2. And we do see the Slosher disappear in favor of a K-Shot. So more mobility. Is that a vanilla 52 in Milo Ink? I think it is. It's definitely there. Point Sensor and Baller coming up. Magic, Vanilla 52. Why?
Vanilla 50. Well, this is what Mia used last set, in the last game. I didn't point it out because it was I was stunned by the Slosher pick, but Mia did use this to very good success last game, and that was what was able to help them mow down the members of the team in that situation, in that top right area of Manta Maria, and they're going to use this Baller to try and move their way in, try and find another good situation. This armor getting online is going to help them force back the members of Miata already. The missile's coming out, and this looks like it's a good situation. Never mind.
You know, whenever I see a gal, I just automatically assume it's a K-gal at this point. So maybe that's why I need to see it twice for it to really sink into my brain here. Rainmaker reset first minute, no damage done by either side. As we see Splatalot A trying to get established of their own side of the map here. One more. Oh, Rays going down to the K-Shot, ultimately getting taken care of there. Always scary when somebody gets behind you on this map, but ultimately Splatalot A doing a good job of taking care of it. Do they get a kill with the Baller? They don't.
And they have such good pressure, it seems like. They're moving together as a unit now. Mia and Crow, once again, were just pushing together in that street. And look at them here! Look at how they're just overwhelming Alex at this point. You're going to end up finding the pick. The Rake ends up coming out, and Elliot does go down on that Tri-Slasher, but they're going to at least get the lead. They're going to have the Baller to support the push and at least make a bit of a paint and a bit of a shield for this Rainmaker, and then come back and do the same thing that they've always been doing. Elliot decides to swim up, and the Rainmaker does go down because the members of Splatalot got a little bit staggered, but it's looking like they understand what they're doing here, even though this is Miata's counter pick.
You know, we don't see Baller a lot in general anymore, just because it's been nerfed so many times, and depending on what weapon you use, it's more powerful on a lighter weight weapon than a heavier weight weapon. But when you use it for defensive purposes, to kind of like lead the way, it still has a lot of value in this game. You just got to use it the right way, and it seems like Mia, even though they don't have a crazy huge lead, it's enough to get them at least lead as we cross the halfway mark. Oh, it might not last much longer.
Oh, no, it might not. And this is looking like it's a really poor situation. Logan's going to be using those burst bombs to just chunk armors and get people out of that situation. Elliot diving forward, not end up going down to that Rainmaker shot, finally ends up getting taken down, pushing back the Rainmaker at least a little bit, and ends up baiting the missiles forward. That's going to be a really annoying because they're not going to have the missiles to push with. And Booyah Bomb comes in, the missiles come in. This is not going to be good. Splatalot A ends up giving away the lead. Not gonna maybe get a little bit of a wipe here, but Ross is sharking!
Oh, they don't know it. They don't see it either. Oh, jumped out! Oh, they didn't see you there.
Position.
Oh,
how did you get that up?
That was a Twitter clip waiting to happen. They had no idea that player was right there. But ultimately, hey, you got lead. Let's establish. Let's jump back. Let's build up some specials and let's defend here. Fair enough. But man, yeah, that was a. They'll watch the VOD of that one and realize, ooh, we could have got one right there.
No, but look, now it's in an even worse situation for Roz. Look, getting double teamed on this backside, and they're not able to defend properly. Finally ends up getting a pick. Okay, they've got at least something going for them right now. They're going to be able to dive forward to the street. Gonna get it, increase their lead at least a little bit. If Juno goes down to these missiles, it's gonna be even more. Alex and Ross are trying to make a crazy play here. Finally, Johan and Logan are able to come back, and Miata is able to push this one at least halfway up the ramp. And that's such a bad situation, because if you're Splatalot, you're kind of depending on a push like that. But Miata took it away. Miata got that one away from them, and now they can't have that opportunity anymore. They're gonna have to make a much more solid push.
Yeah. For the first time in this game, somebody has an actual lead that they can feel comfortable with. And Splatalot A has a long way left to go. And that C-Jet, even though they're using Ray right now, they can get a second one back as quickly as they want to. So they'll be able to hold on to defensively, and they don't have to be as aggressive. Oh, but they are right there, and Mia kind of punishes it. But again, Splatalot A, yeah, you got to pick up the Rainmaker. You got 2 players down on the enemy side. Now you got to figure out what route's going to be. You got the baller that can guide people in. It looks like they're going to go for the home run route right here, or at least establish control. Maybe buy a little bit of time for Mia to make something happen. That baller doesn't accomplish a lot, and Logan punishes it right there. 10 seconds left to go. The window might have closed right there. That was your opportunity to make something happen splat-wise, and your Rainmaker just gets stuck down there. Nice counter pick by Miata as they reclaim lead in the set 2-1.
And it looked like Mia had the right idea. I thought going for that ray that was being built, going for the Jet Squelcher, making sure they have a way to clear the path and make sure that they don't end up getting gunned down like that. And then just turning and ending up getting in that situation against the Splash. And oh, it was so unfortunate. It looked like Splatalot really had things going for them there. Oh, but Miata, to their credit, knew what they were doing, jumped back in that situation, ended up defending it and getting that push back and ending up sealing it, and that really did turn the tide of that match.
Did. And I mean, we're sitting here being like, oh, they don't realize where you are, make a play right there. But they're obviously, their mindset is, let's not try to force plays that win games. Let's just kind of take this calculated approach. We got a little bit of a lead. Let's go back. Let's go in together. Let's be more established and under control. Which Splatalot A, from what we've seen on stream, they've been a little out of control. And sometimes that works into their favor, and other times they get punished for it and they give up huge leads. Same thing, Garrett, with that final push that extended the lead for Miata. You had players just diving in, jumping in front of that Rainmaker, trying to make a hero play, and ultimately not able to pull it out. But here, this is the map we were expecting them to use earlier at some point. Clam Blitz at Humpback Pump Track, and Leah is probably ecstatic. Finally, a map I get to bust out my Tri-Slosher on. The only issue is we are now aware that the enemy team has a Slosher as well, and obviously Logan can go back to that Squeezer if they feel so inclined, or stick with the Splash that was working out really well for them last game as well. So this might not be the map that gives them the comp advantage over the other team, because we now know Miata is flexible enough to match it, but it's at least another comfort pick for them. That we do know.
Right. And it's very interesting, because usually you have teams that are good at either zones and blitz or they're good at TC Rainmaker. Right? It's usually those two go together, at least in a lot of people's minds. But Splatalot decided to counterpick TC and counterpick Clams, and Miata decided to pick zones and Rainmaker. And I think that speaks to how these teams want to function. Miata wants to have those hyper aggressive pushes where they lock people out and they take their advantage and are able to get this really big, deep push and then sit on their laurels and then not have to worry too much for the rest of the game, or they can have that lock-in situation. Whereas Splatalot wants to have those extended pushes, those pushes that take a lot of time, that take a lot of coordination and movement, and are focused on getting a lot of points over a long period of time. And that's what I think the difference is.
Miata trying to win this one and have a date with the Yume Stars in Grand Finals. Splatalot A trying to extend this to a Game 5, and no Slosher coming out from the side. of Miata, opting to stick with that K-shot splash combo that worked out well and got them the win in the Rainmaker game. So now that it really just comes down to, can you Splatalot A, let your Tri-Slosher do what Tri-Slosher does on this humpy map that we got here, and then ride that momentum. Also, going back to the Gal I was expecting them to use, plus a 96 for good measure.
Yeah, the 96 is actually a really interesting pick. And replacing that K-Pro in terms of the range that they wanted, and instead giving the Booyah Bomb to the K-Gal, and it's a really interesting shuffling of things to accomplish the same goal, but with maybe a bit more of a sound composition in terms of paint and in terms of aggression. Ross is going to be throwing back this clam a couple of times, trying to give it to Logan, I guess. A little bit of clam tossing. They had an opportunity there to make something happen, but instead just decided to back up, throw clams around, and maybe get some more specials, and they're going to have 3 of them popping right here, raring to go. Splatalot's just going to back up, try and make something happen. Logan's going to be able to fight with that armor, is going to find Elia, and Dodo is going to be trapped over here in this situation, and in this bunker, surrounded by paint is not what you want to be. Mia going to be trying to clear that part with the Booyah Bomb. Logan's going to shark this out here. But, there, wait! No, okay.
Miata, in every match we've seen them on stream, they are so hard to kill in the first minute. Right now, only 2 splats. 2 players have gone down in a minute and 30 seconds. Whatever their openings are, it's not affecting the scoreboard too much, but they're not giving the other team an opportunity to get an early lead on them in any game that we've seen. Right now, 2 minutes gone by, nobody's really done anything, but you still get the sense that Miata's the team that's in the lead right now, just because they haven't really dropped man advantage just yet. And as soon as they take care of one player, 2 immediately go down on the side of Splatalot A, and a push is going to be intimate as Johan trying to slip right through.
Push is going to be intimate and imminent, and this is going to be a play that really should have had at least a couple of dunks. They had the bunker missiled and everything, and they didn't end up moving in. And it's fascinating that we're seeing almost a Japanese-esque style of playing where it's very methodical. It's very squeezing them out of their scenarios, suffocating them, but they're not able to deal with the aggression that Splatalot has, at least on this map, especially with how much they've been able to push them around, and Mia coming in with the flank. This is a map that's so wide that they need to be keeping their eyes peeled, and they didn't that time around. Logan might be able to do the same thing, though, if they're not able to dunk this, and they're not going to be able to. Ross able to shark them around from the other side, and finally, somebody gets the ball, and we hit the first clam in 3 minutes into this game, and Dodo's trying to dance around with Ross here during this fight in mid, and they trade out. Ross has been such a patient player throughout this entire set, and finally ends up going down. Splatalot, for what it's worth, is in the lead.
Yeah, for now. And again, another window right here. You got map control, your Miata, you got 2 power claims to work with, and I think you still got your Mercy on the back end as well. But it's like they don't have a plan. Like, how do we get through here? Even when we have the man advantage, we don't know what to do. And finally, the Tri-Slosher starts popping off, taking care of 2 players. And Johan says, I'm not even going to attempt it right now. So, a minute 15 about left on the clock. And yeah, I can't believe that Miata hasn't scored yet. They've had their opportunities to do so. They just aren't committed.
No, they're really not. They want to commit to it. It's almost like they keep wanting to get a bigger, better push going. They want to have that clear advantage. And because they don't have that clear advantage, they can't find their way through. Ross finally able to make something happen. This might be the advantage that they've been looking for. This is the push that they've been looking for. But they're not able to get through. Crow ends up fighting and getting one down. Finally, a power clam goes in. They just need to get one more clam in at the very least. And Ross is up behind the basket, able to get the lead, able to get a few more clams in, get him die to Mia here. This is very good for Splatalot, though. They all they need is one power clam to go in, and literally, Miata just spent all of their eggs on that basket.
Yeah, look how this map is turning orange. They can build up a power clam, and plus if they lose it, they got the Mercy clam at the back end as well. The only thing to be aware of is if you get lead right here, it is going to be overtime unless you score during overtime, but the Tri-Slosher going down, that is critical. And you got Mia trying to work around this left side, able to take care of Alex, and realizes one player's going from behind, but if you're going to kill that player, you got to be able to push up as well, and they do, so 2 players going down. This, I can't see a path to how Splatalot A doesn't win this one. Yeah, that's game over.
Oh my goodness. There were so many little things that Splatalot did so right during the last minute of that game to allow them to win that. That was so good from their end.
And that was a very, 29-30, your final for that Clan Blitz game. It just, but again, you even though Miata lost that one, you get the sense they were still the better team. They did everything that you have to do to win a game, right? Control the clan economy, get map control, get more splats than the other team. It's just they didn't ever commit to finding a way. They didn't have a plan. They didn't know how to score. They didn't know how to score on that map. And Splatalot A did when they realized, oh, all we got to do is pop the basket, now we win? Well, we know how to do that. So let's just get the splats. Let's let them make the mistakes. Let's throw a Booyah Bomb, go in there, and boom, game's over. So I think that's just more of Miata not really knowing how to play that map mode in general. Because they look, even though their mechanical skills seem better in that game, they just look lost the entire time.
Right. For all intents and purposes, Miata has the better fundamentals. They understand paint control. They understand, they have better mechanics, and they understand how to at least do a little bit of defending, right? But whenever they tried to square up, they didn't do what Splatalot was doing. They didn't do things like locking the clams in their base to make sure that they had clams ready to go for the push. They did things like just the way that Splatalot moved into mid after coming back and dealing with that flanker, how they moved into mid together, painting around, moving up, painting around, and popping the specials from that mid perch. That's what you need to do. And that's never what we saw them do on the side of Miata. They just never executed in that same fashion. And that was really, really clean from Splatalot. But now they have to go to tower control, which is what Splatalot won on during the set. And it's game 5.
Yeah, and they have no choice. The good news, you want to win game 1 so that you can control game 5, in a sense. All you got to do is win on your counter picks and you win the set. The problem is they have to go to tower control. They either have to go to tower control or clan blitz. And what we just saw, I don't think that they should avoid clan blitz like the plague or go somewhere else. But tower control, Art Academy is what they ended up settling on. I mean, that's, again, for the Tri-Slosher, this is going to be good here. I mean, there's so many weapons that are good here in general. I understand that. But this is still, you were still really strong in the last tower control game. It was just one push that Splatalot A had that kind of separated, that ended the game for them right there. But you still saw, they understood the positioning that Miata had to be in to clear each checkpoint. They just couldn't stay alive long enough to extend the lead further. But still, this is a good pick for Miata. They looked really good in the last tower control map. So for game 5 here, it makes sense.
To win a set, you have to win on 3 modes unless you lose the first game, which is a fascinating thing. This is game 5. This is Splatalot versus Miata. This is the 96 gal composition, or a V52, excuse me, gal composition against what we've been seeing from Miata the entire time. This is for grand finals.
K-Pro, K-Pro, Tri-Slosher, and Vanilla 52. That's not meta. That is fine. This is a low-ink comp. You guys like to see crazy stuff in low-ink. That counts as crazy in my book. The question is, can they actually win with it? Right now, the opening minute, it shouldn't be no surprise who's the better team in the opening minute. Once again is Miata, and that first checkpoint should fall with no trouble.
No, it's not going to fall with any trouble, and they have the specials to keep it going. This is looking like they're much more ready to find a sustained push on the side of Miata. Here comes the armor popped at just the right time as Splatalot is starting to dive in. Missiles coming alive at the perfect moment as well to clear people off of that bat area to protect the tower. The bubbles coming in, gonna end up trading out as Mia. That was a great trade from Mia, and all of a sudden, maybe this push got a little bit of its momentum gone, but Ross this time actually does go for the shark. Not able to do so successfully in those last few times, but is going to go for it here. Gonna try and dance around, making sure to wait until the time to strike is imminent, and they do, and they're trying to just draw as much attention away from the tower as they can, using those missiles as well to keep people at bay. This is a perfect push from Ross, and he's gonna try and find Tunnel again, but the tower needs to keep moving. They need to break the second checkpoint now.
Yet again, just like what we saw, 2 checkpoints falling, and they might be able to get to the third, able to take care of Ross finally, and Logan and Alex behind the tower, so they're not able to push up with it. So it looks like Splatalot A able to kind of stop the bleeding for now, but damage done. 2 checkpoints and some change fall in the first 2 minutes, as Miata is the best team in the opening of every single game this set so far. But now you're Splatalot A, you endured the attack. You're still in the game. And all you need to do is land 1 strong punch like you did last time. You're able to get back into mid a little bit here, and you still got over over half of the time left to work with. Somebody needs to step up and make a play, though, like we saw in game 2.
Elio's going to try to be that player. Try and find the shark underneath the sledge and try and find that squeezer before the bubbles end up coming out. But Elliot has not a lot of paint to work around with, and it seems like the teammates are falling around them. Can they go for this shark? Maybe able to find Logan. At least end up doing so with a teammate, and all of a sudden it's a 2v3 situation, and this is what Splatalot needs. And that was a great shark and a great combo play from Crow. This is everything that they needed, but Crow ends up going down. It seems like every time they get into a situation they can work with, one player ends up just losing a fight somewhere. Finally, the missiles come in and are able to back them up, and Miata doing the right thing, backing away, waiting for players to run into their range. But if Mia and Elia can start running a train right now, this is going to be great. Can they find the picks, though? It's going to be so tight, and the players need to come back alive. One ends up going in. This is not what you need. Hopgun, is Mia going to be able to find this?
In theory, no, but a trade is a good situation right there from Miata, as they're struggling to hang on to the second checkpoint. It might fall right here, though, because you got players in a good position. Someone able to take care of the player onto the tower, and there comes the bubbles. Oh, wow, I can't believe they held on to that checkpoint, and finally the push is done? Question mark? How are these... They can't clear out that area.
And the bubbles looked like it was going to be the right thing to do at that time, but the way that Splatalot had fell back from the tower, they hugged those corners, and the bubbles were not able to get them off. Finally, the second checkpoint falls, and that's a huge mood for Splatalot A. The Booyah Bomb is able to come up as well, and Mia's getting on this tower and trying to fight with Crow, trying to make something happen. Mia ends up having to fall down, and it's only going to be Crow left alive. He's going to be able to find Johan. Ross is on this tower, though, and nobody's around it. They have the missiles. There's a minute left, and there's no checkpoints to break the lead. And Mia's able to find one. Maybe Mia's able to find two. Splatalot is able to at least clear the way, and this could be the push that they need to get the checkpoint. Elliot's going to be able to prevent them from getting close, and the arrow is coming online. They're not going to be able to go down. They just need to stay on tower for a little bit.
Why'd they get off? Why'd they get off? They still haven't got it.
Okay.
They still haven't got it. Okay, finally they do. Wow, what a crazy sequence of plays right there. And finally lead in the Splatalot A's favor as one more player jumps right back in. What non-stop chaos right there. And I don't think either team knew what was going on, but finally the push is over and Splatalot A says, okay, let's back up, let's get some missiles. One more push to try to save their tournament lives for Miata as we're heading down into overtime. No checkpoints in the way. They're just going to ride it all the way through. Armor getting out. They opted to have 2 players ride the tower. Logan popping off right now. It does have some bubbles they can use to create some space, but they really need somebody to get up along that left side right there. Missiles coming out. It takes care of one player on the side of Miata. The bubbles away from the towers. 2 players go down from Splatalot A, but Mia going in. Vanilla, it gets erased, but a Booyah Bomb on top of that, and Splatalot A survives. They win Game 5, and somehow, with the comp they used, withstands Miata's final ferocious push. Oh no!
I'm speechless after that.
That was a hell of a game.
I hope both sides were recording their VCs, because oh my goodness, how do you breathe after that? How do you stand up after all of that and go, all right, this is our push, we're gonna try and make this happen, and then almost go for it on the side of Miata? The mentality of these players is insane. Like, this is some of the best low ink play I think I've ever, like, these are basically mid-level teams. In my eyes, they're playing like mid-level teams.
Why do you watch Lowing? Don't sit here and tell me it's because of silly weapons. Don't sit here and tell me it's because, oh, I just want to see what low level's up to. You have no idea when something absolutely beautiful is just going to happen on stream. And I bet you, of the 300 people watching this, like 80% of you have no idea who Miata or Splatalot A are. It doesn't matter. Are you not entertained? Welcome to Low Ink. We need a break. So we're going to take a quick break. Go get some popcorn. Go get some water. Stay hydrated. And stick around. We got a big announcement that every single one of you in chat are going to be excited about at the end of this stream. And we're going to be right back with Grand Finals of Low Ink here on June 2022. Wow. They sacrificed one armor to do it, so the monkey paw curls. But okay, I like the remix. This is a remix playground, and I'm sure there's a person just standing there waiting patiently for the armor, still not going with it. They have to know you're there. They're staring right at you.
In too far, but the 52 is with them, and that wall is going to stop any sort of kicks that's happening. The missiles do find one, but I don't think there's nearly enough time to get to the zone as well. Toad might have something to say about it, though. Getting a great pick on the zone, and that Junior is the one and only weapon that really has the painting output. That's a fantastic.
Rid of penalty points, and Crack United will force a game 3. The ball point goes down yet again. That ball point is going in. Now it's all out rush for the left side of the zone, and now we're seeing bodies flying all over the place. 2 more players going down, make that 3 for the side of Crack United, and who's the last player standing? It's the Squeezer.
The Booyah Bomb. That is going to stop as well.
That's going to be game there, Hoenn, unless some magic happens here. They're in a bad position. They might get neutral.
Oh, they get the stop. They get the stop. They get a pick. They get 2 picks. And they take the zone. It's not over till it's over. Let's pop as Myopsdus paints up.
Yeah, paint key here. A lot of wide areas, a lot of areas to try to shark. You can see that Sploosh on the other team tried to shark. Ooh, MPU!
That's 3! They're going for the quad! They got the quad! They got it! The fat cat hasn't sung yet, so it's not quite over yet.
I didn't call it over yet. I learned my lesson at the last one. It looks like a bomb rush might be able to neutralize it. No, they did not!
Just barely. This time it was over. You should have said something, Kraken. We don't.
This is the part of Rainmaker where it really gets silly. We pop, we try to get points. Some of the most skillful maneuvering of the Rainmaker I've seen, surviving 3 specials, rotating back down, and oftentimes we say diving after the Rainmaker, not really a good spot as they take the lead again. We said it would get silly. Look at this, moving all the way through. Is this a dunk? Unreal!
Hello? But however, they do have the tower pushing. They got the Booyah Bomb to come out, missiles coming out. Now they're pushing together. It was a sacrifice worth being made as the lead could be contested here.
That's the right tower is so close to getting Look at the nice triple. Look at the nice triple from the Squeezer. I was chatting with a very strong ballpoint Nouveau player who said, yeah, it doesn't have a special, it just has an ink refill. I just want to keep using its main weapon, and you can see why. And still pushing in here, Agent Octo's gonna get a chance for a flank, get 3, has about another 4. This might be game already. They're gonna have at least 1 special.
Look at that other checkpoint, and they might be down by a couple of checkpoints in a KO if they're not careful right now. Ellis doing a good job staying alive, and now it's just the remix player who I don't think is in a position to defend. Oh, they are on that right side. If they can save this checkpoint, that will be critical for them. They won't. 2 checkpoint lead, possible KO coming in here. They get white, but still, what remaining? That's a score you can win with. And they're going to add even more to it. 19, you could definitely win with that. That's a lot more comfortable for the Squirrels.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the point value map right now, and what you see is on the backside here. Nice defense. You scared me there, Pocket. I was looking at my resources.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Grand Finals of Low Ink, June 2022. I am Popgun, joined by the Magic 8 Ball, and we got a rematch of Winners Finals. The Cinderella team dances on in Splatalot A as they look to dethrone the undefeated 11-0 team, the Yume, the Yume Stars. A team that is loaded with a Squeezer that has just been ripping people apart left and right all day long. Magic, if this is, if Winners Finals was a preview of this won't last very long. The question is, though, how does the Stars, how did they handle the break? How do they stop Splatalot A, who's coming off of a huge emotional win in that Game 5 right there? Those, what we saw in between winners up till now is going to be key to how this set goes.
There's a lot that we don't know right now. But what we do know is that Splatalot A ended up having to find a sub mid-set in Winners Finals, right? They needed to call in a stray sub and someone that they might have played with before, but definitely not someone that is on their main roster. Now that they've had time, now that they've gotten their momentum back with that new sub, now that they've gelled and found this new wacky composition, they're trying to make something happen. And the Yume Stars have been on break. and they have not been in this kind of a situation before in a low ink. And both of these teams need to have the mental capacity to withstand one another. And if anyone has it right now, it's looking like it's Splatalot A. This is Grand Finals of Low Ink June 2022. Here comes Splatalot A, and here comes Blue of the Yume Stars and the support team around him. This is going to be an insane set. We start off in back of Mark zones.
And we have Blue. Okay, that's if you're gonna face Blue, that's what you need to do. I want that player point censored the entire game. I want to know where this squeezer is nonstop. That's why you're using Vanilla 52. Just make sure we find that squeezer because we are gonna make somebody else on Yume Stars beat us. But right now, the opening push going out to the Yume Stars. Missiles coming out from Splatalot A, but it doesn't really do anything. Yume Stars just said, we'll dump them behind us and go back into zone. The Tri-Slosher working around that right side, able to pop armor. And once again, that's something we see Splatalot A do a lot. Cap zone without getting any splats, but now the splats are starting to fall into their favor as just one player left alive. It's Aaron.
And this is Tri-Slosher heaven, don't forget. This is where Ellie is going to feel super comfortable, especially against things like the Squeezer. Is going to have that opportunity to use the verticality, to use those ledges to their advantage, and is going to be able to make some things happen. And look at how Blue's map is. Look at Crow! Finding a great pick, is going to get traded out, but Blue is the backbone of this team. And the other is going to be the armor, the other is going to be the Ray, and Dodo is going to be able to throw us a little bit back at them. This is not their full strength because they don't have that squeeze that's going to come in and try and find a couple of picks. Finally, some people go down. A great bomb from Blue, and this is going to be what they needed to get the cap. And they're going to put a lot of control, yeah.
This is probably one of the few times the Stars are losing. I mean, this is a pretty solid lead that the Splatalot has right now, although all the penalty points for the Stars are gone. A Baller going into the zone. Booyah Bomb on the backside, Baller on the left side, and they do take care of one player. Now there's a bit of an even advantage, and finally Splatalot A able to establish control. So right now, hey, Splatalot A's coming out right now and doing really good in the opening 2 minutes. Got a lead, able to get established control, map control as well. Nah, looking pretty good for David as they're trying to knock off Goliath here.
It's looking pretty good. At the very least, I wouldn't call it a David and Goliath matchup. I think that Splatalot A is more than capable of taking this game. I really think that this set could go either way, considering what we just saw from Splat and how they're able to just be that tenacious team that is able to withstand everything and is going to try and just aggress you down no matter what happens. And they're going to be able to do it again. Mia, this player that is all of a sudden, even though the first set did not go their way, is going to be tearing apart the members of Yume Stars and has been tearing apart the members of Miata. And they're going to try and find this cap. They need to paint the zone though. There's not enough paint going down right now. The missiles are able to come in and paint it a little bit, and there's two going down to the side of the Yume Stars. And this is going to be try and find this paint. And the is going to find it, and Aaron is going to end up trading out because of Blue, and is going to be able to get this pick, and is going to prevent the members of Splatalot A from getting the cap after what seemed like it was such a bad situation. That first bomb was such a nail in the coffin. Oh, that was so close. A Baller, a couple of bombs. I don't think it's enough paint.
Fade away, Kobe able to get the kill with the burst bomb in the zone, gets them the lead, and the Stars don't look back from that point on. Game one going into their favor. Splatalot showing a lot of life right there. They recognize what they need to do. They recognize that Blue is a threat, but even doing so, still can't stop them from top fragging 11 KA, 3 bubbles on top there. But it's the supporting cast of the Yume Stars. Blue took a lot of beatings right there, but everybody else is stepping up. And we're talking about Blue a lot because this is clearly the best player in the lobby. It's not up for debate. However, when you can't just have a really strong player and win. You have to be able to build around that strong player, and the Yume Stars able to do a good job of that. And now we got a little bit of another roster situation going on with Splatalot A. The actual sub that they brought in has just left. And I'll look in chat, but my first thought is, has this tournament gone on so long enough that their actual player is coming back in? It's big! hits!
The junior player that was doing so well in that first game against Yume Stars in the winners final set is back. Vic is back. This tournament gone on. They stuck around to no subbed and did so well for so long that Vic is back in action on this junior. They're going to be going to their classic counter pick that is TC Manta Maria, and they've got their full force here. They've got Mia, they've got Vic, they've got Elia, they've got Crow, and this is what I'm so excited to see. Oh, now this is going to be a great set now.
Hey guys, I just got home. Why are you all still in VC? The tournament's going on. Join us again. So, hey, good shout outs to the player, Duno, who came in and subbed and helped get Splatalot A to this point. So, and it's interesting that they want to bring Vic back in. Obviously, this is your core roster. You want to play with that, but Vic is not as warmed up. It can't be. After the hour and a half break that they just had coming back in here. So it's 100% Splatalot A going forward here, but you don't have time to welcome your player back. You're already down 1-0. It's best of 5. You're going to Tower Control Manta Maria, which Yume Stars beat you on last time. They're opting to double down and try to beat them here again, but still, at least you're going in with your pure roster. So we'll see what they have to say here.
Yeah, look at them. They're readied up. They're you can tell that there's just a little bit more energy in the room now. They're ready. They were ready quickly. You can tell that the fans are going nuts. Oh my gosh. Dino's in chat. Shout out to Dino. Thank you everyone for sticking around, by the way. I know that there have been a lot of crazy situations, especially earlier on with the roster situations and everything, but that's why we watch Low Wake, am I right? Game 2, let's see if they can bring this one back.
Splatalot A trying to even up the series. Yume Stars trying to extend their winning streak to 13-0 on this championship Sunday. And that's the comp we saw them use earlier in the day. K-Pro, K-Shot, Junior, and Tri-Slosher. So the vanilla 52 is gone. No more point sensors to locate that squeezer. But Aaron, who is very effective on that Bamboo in winners finals, able to bust it back out here again. It doesn't stay on the map very long. Excuse me, my bad.
That's crazy, because that was a really important part of the composition from the side of the Yume Stars. Great bomb from the T-Tech on the side of Yume Stars and Lumina, and they're going to be able to push them back. Elia's all the way up at the base, and they can't deal with her this time around. Aaron is going down twice in a row, and that's their backline. It's the one that's not supposed to die, going down twice. They need to try and clear off this ramps area, and Pro's up in the top left and trying to fight against Blue, and Blue goes down. All is in Splatalot. He clears the second checkpoint. It's not even 40 seconds in.
Another great opening here for Splatalot A as they're trying now to go at this third checkpoint. That's Vic jumping in there, by the way, with the junior splashing away. And that's the third checkpoint going down. Lumina able to clean up the last player, but 3 checkpoints falling. Finally, Mia goes down. Is that the end of the push, though? It looks like it is. One more player jumping in, trying to get something going there. But wow, what happens when you got your actual team ready to go? You go from all 3 checkpoints down in the opening minutes. What an opening push there for Splatalot A.
What an opening push indeed. This is insane. And although Blue is going to be coming back, although the Yume Stars are going to be trying to turn the gears back on, and they've already done so already in the first game, this is an entirely different Splatalot team, and you can feel it. And if you're on the side of Yume Stars, you gotta be thinking, is there something that we need to change? Is something wrong? Is something wrong, Blue? You can't be sitting there when there's some K-Pro trying to come around. They're going to throw this beam bomb out, and that's complete mid-control back in the favor of Splatalot A. And all of a sudden, Crow is coming up so huge, finding 2 picks on the Blue at just the perfect moments. Look at the bomb from Vic waiting for them to get over, and it's clearing the way, soloing, getting this area controlled, and he's dipping and dodging and diving, and this sneaky junior is so ratty. I love this play.
Was that Lily? What the heck was that?
That's what I'm
Making
thinking.
a splat, but a lot of, you don't see that kind of aggression typically from junior players unless they're just crazy like that. But right now, look, the game is still halfway gone. You still got half of the game left to go. You got Blue up here. This is not the position you want to see Blue if you're Splatalot A, who hasn't used any bubbles. That's kind of the key right now. 0 bubbles being popped from that squeezer. The first checkpoint falls. Lumina always do us a good job of inkjetting along that left side for that first checkpoint. But they can give up this second one right here. And this is traditionally where we've seen Splatalot feed in. And finally, those bubbles come out. And yeah, they're going to be in a great position to clear the second checkpoint. And if I'm the Splatalot A, I got to just give this one up. Now I got to be ready. They're feeding in.
Oh, they're staggering. Yeah, they're staggering, just like you said. Although Vic is over here on the backside and is able to pop that armor, are they going to be able to stop this checkpoint before it gets broken? They are able to dive on somehow, some way. Blue's bubbles are able to pop, and he's the only one alive. He's going to have to dive back on this tower, and he's going to try and find the pick here. They've won this 1v1 so many times, and now he's finally back, and Blue's trying to stay alive, trying to find something, and no! There's nobody left for Yume Stars. They couldn't clutch it out. Vic on the backside, able to come around and support them with the armor from not dying because they decided to ignore the Junior. And that is not something you can do, especially when they have such a powerful special and such a powerful bomb that can absolutely tear you apart. Lumina's gonna have to back up here. The armor comes alive, and this is Yume Stars has to be one of their last chances to break back in, but look at how far back they are.
I still don't understand how they don't have lead right now. Splatalot A tried to let them have lead, and now look, map control back in the Splatalot A's favor, and they're going to push the tower. Honestly, I think you need to go for the KO here. I don't think you need to let a minute bleed off, because Yume Stars is more than capable, and now with no checkpoints in the way, they're definitely more than capable of bringing this one back. You got to go for the kill while this opportunity is presented, and now Blue's being the last player left alive yet again, and now there's no checkpoints in between them and a KO. Blue gets taken down. Splatalot Crow back up in the crow's nest. Game 2, and Yume Stars takes their first loss all day long when Splatalot A finally has their full roster to go with.
And I said this earlier. I said, what's going to happen when Yume Stars is a little bit rusty and stops having that momentum that they had all day and has to just wake back up and try and play against a Splatalot team that's going to be energized and hype and is going to have their full roster, and this is what the result is. And this is going to be a set. It doesn't matter if Yume Stars ends up cranking out the next 2 games and ends up winning everything. They have to step up another level because Splatalot A is currently giving them a fight.
You know what's funny? We've been playing for 3 hours and 30 minutes. This is the first time Yume Stars has made a counter pick all day. It's like, do they even know what the counter pick rules are at this point? Because they're going with Clam Blitz at Snapper Canal. A classic map and mode combo we see all the time here in Low Ink. But how about Vic coming in off of whatever break that they went on, top fragging with Junior. Obviously, there's a lot of KAs that you can rack up with a Junior there, but still, a player coming off of the bench wherever they took off for the past hour or so, able to come back in and be a effective force for their team going forward now. Now, here's the question. You still have to win on a Yume Star counter pick. You lost game 1, so you have to beat Yume Stars on their home court at some point if you want to force a bracket reset. And this is obviously with Yume Stars, they haven't even played on their best maps up to this point. So we haven't even seen them at their most comfortable in this point of the tournament. So a lot of momentum left to overcome, and this one's still in the favor of the Stars. But hey, it's one step at a time. Just stopping the bleeding, just winning one game feels like a victory right now for Splatalot A.
It'd be tough. I mean, Yume Stars is definitely, especially with something like a squeezer and the composition that they've been running, Clam Blitz looking like it's their map mode to go on, right? Like, it's looking like this is what they were built for. But Splatalot A likes clams too. It's going to be what we've seen from them is them knowing how to move around the enemy team. And on something like Snapper, that's so important, is picking the exact spots that you want not only your person to move in, but where you want your teammates to be, and being able to communicate that is so important. They're going to have the bamboo once again. It's going to work a lot better here. It's going to be a little less closed off and flanky than something like a Manta Maria. This is game 3. This is the turning point of the set.
And you know, I was kind of half expecting them to come out with Vanilla 52 again, honestly, with Baller. But Aaron, you kind of mentioned that Bamboo's going to work out really well here. Able to get an opening splat in control of mid is in the favor of the Stars. The Stars have not had a good opening so far in these first 2 games. It's been all Splatalot A. And it's just a matter if Yume Stars comes back or not. But right now, it looks like they have control of mid. They got all the clams they need. They're building up some specials. A lot of good things going in the opening 40 seconds here for the Stars.
A lot of good things going indeed, but they let them get back up. They let Splatalot A get a little bit of momentum back, and now they've got the specials. They've got a little bit of mid presence. Mia ends up taking down Lumina in the mid. Aaron's going to be able to fire back. He's going to get pinched out by Vic and Mia. This is going to be a good play. All of a sudden, the pressure from these players are going to end up with the Yume Stars in the little bit of a back seat. And this is where we saw Yume Stars was, but they didn't capitalize. Now we need to see the members of Splatalot get that first pick, and Blue ends up going down out of nowhere. How did you end up going down there, Blue? All of a sudden, they're getting backed up. There's armor, there's missiles, everything is coming their way, and they need to try and find a way out. Finally, one goes down, but they're going to end up getting traded. Blue is finally back up, is going to be back in this fight, but Crow's trying to work their way around, ends up throwing in some clams. There's 2 going down again on the side of Yume Stars, and all of a sudden, there's nothing left. Finally, they're able to stop this push. Finally. That is what we expected. That's something you want to see if this is your counter pick.
And Splatalot A able to keep their K-Shot player alive as well. With how Splatalot's been playing, I half expected that player to go in and try to just do something against the 1v4, but instead backs up, builds up some missiles, and they take care of one player as well. So now the Stars Splatalot A gets the lead, but on top of it, they also keep control of everything they want to. Aaron getting taken down by Vic. Yet again, how effective has this player been coming off of the bench yet again, but ultimately forced to kind of retreat there, gathering up some clams along the way. But yeah, this has been a fantastic first half of this game so far, and that is until Blue starts doing what Blue has been doing all day long. Big-time players starting to step up here, and that should, well, might not be lead, actually. The Splatalot's coming back down and shutting down everything.
Yeah, they ended up getting a little bit too big, and they end up getting dove on just the right time, just the right moment, especially with something like Tri-Slosh with a lot of AoE damage, ends up taking everyone down. 2 players down on the side of Yume Stars. There's not enough paint, and there's not enough specials, there's not enough clams to push in quite yet. Although it's coming back up now. They're starting to get the momentum going a little bit more. They need to take care of Aaron, they need to take care of Lumina, which they do on the other side of the map, and they're going to be flanking in from that pit area. But Blue ends up getting a huge double off to the side, and that's going to be the turnaround for Yume Stars that they needed. The armor's on, the missiles are almost up, and so are the bubbles. This is the push that they need. They need to make sure this goes big, this goes long. They don't end up blocking those clam sites, and they're going to back off for a little bit and let Splatalot respawn, but they need to make sure that they're able to capitalize, and Crow goes down.
And this, I was about to say, this is usually a scenario where we usually see Splatalot find a way to just miraculously shut everything down, but the floodgates can't hold this one back. Lead goes down into the favor of the Stars, and now they still keep the man advantage there. Oh, one more player left alive, and it looks like it's Lumina able to get the trade right there, but the lead goes into the favor of the Stars. Splatalot has a lot of work to do and a lot of map control they got to build back on their way here, and I don't think they recognize where Blue is. That's not a good scenario, but Blue might not be the main issue you got to deal with right now. Aaron's having a heck of a game.
Aaron is having a heck of a game, especially with Blue's falling in the wall.
Canal moment!
Every low ink stream, baby, every single time, and now this is an opening for Splatalot A. They're gonna try and dive in. Vic ends up missing the clam. Power clam. That was the only power clam. Ellie is able to at least retrieve it, throw it back in, but is going to end up going down for it, and Mia's going to have to back away, trying to find their way into mid. Lumina might go after. Oh, this could be bad. This could be really, really bad, especially if Blue's there. He's going to try and pick off Mia. Not going to be able to find it. Finally, barely. Everything is okay. There's still another chance for Splatalot A, but Yume Stars is trying to lock this one down. They want to stay that they're the best. They want to be in control. Look at where Blue is going, trying to find the aggression, trying to find this pick. Mia's up there and it's not getting scared away. There's so many clams on the map for Splatalot A, and this is their biggest opportunity yet to make the lead happen.
Oh, but one player goes down, but there goes the Tri-Slosh as well. It's a 3v3 situation. A Booyah Bomb ready to go. They're really trying to force along that back door over there. Vic wisely recognizing that, backing off. Be able to get 2 players going down. But Splatalot A is Lumina being the hero right now before they get wiped. That is going to be the basket. And look at all those clams. It all falls apart at the end. Splatalot A up 2-1. In this set, they win on the counter pick. Oh, wow. Cinderella is having a heck of a dance tonight.
I don't understand how Crow got off that Booyah Bomb when there were bubbles underneath his feet and there were 2 members of Yume by that Booyah Bomb. How did that Booyah Bomb land? How did Crow stay alive? How did he get out of that situation? And how did Vic, after all of that, dance around, find a bomb onto blue, and bet the clam at least towards the basket, and then Crow coming in around at the end? That was redonkulous.
We gotta reset ourselves. This is game 3. We're staring down a bracket reset now. This is phenomenal. This is absolutely phenomenal what we're seeing. Even if Splatalot A does not win this tournament, what they're doing right now is something we've never seen. Again, these guys, the best they've ever done was beta. 3 weeks ago, these guys were losing in Little Squid League. Little Squid League. You know what you do when you win Little Squid League? You make alpha brackets, and then you get eliminated rather quickly. You don't lose, take 5th place in Little Squid League, and then be up 2-1 over the frickin' Yume stars. This is beyond unheard of what we're seeing right now. And if it gets to a game 5, Splatalot controls what game 5 is. They've taken home court advantage away.
They just swapped it. They swapped the counter pick scenario, and that's crazy. That's insane because now they've won on Clam Blitz, sure, and they've won on tower control. So they have to either pick Rainmaker or zones. And I'm honestly not sure which one they're more comfortable on, but the fact that they're able to at least decide that is so important. Oh goodness, that was insane. That was absolutely insane from both of these sides. From both of those sides, Blue had an amazing play to get those clams in and everything like at the end. And oh my gosh, Yume stars what do they pick now?
You know what? The score on Battlefy right now is 2-2. So either somebody misplayed a score or the stars are so confident in this counter pick of Tower Control Reef, they said, we're just going to go ahead and put this win down because we know we're going to get this one. But yeah, hey, now there's another thing to consider. That was coming off of the first loss that the Stars have had all day long. So now they've lost 2 in a row. That does a lot for your mentality. You got to bounce back from that. And that's difficult to do when you haven't had to bounce back from any adversity. And this is the first time they've been challenged all day long. It's against a team they just swept getting into this position. So, you got a team, the worst thing you can do is give the other team confidence. Is give the other team hope. Mm-hmm. You can't let them think that they can beat you when you are the better team, which the Stars are the better team. But right now, Splatalot A doesn't believe that anymore. They're not scared. They feel like they are the better team, and it's starting to show in the gameplay right now. It doesn't until the game is over. Splatalot A is going to feel like they have a chance to win it, even in overtime, which they just showed right there.
And that's the thing, right? Like, the moment that they started doing well against Miata was that crazy play that we saw me and Crow go together on TC Inkblot, and after that, you could tell that they're just so confident. And that is the key thing for a team like this that is quad aggression, that is weapons like a Gal and the Pro and the Tri-Slosher. You need to have that aggression. You need to have that confidence to hit every one of your shots, because if you don't, then you're going to have that in your head as you're trying to rush them down. And that is what these players, these compositions feed off of. They feed off of that aggression. This is Splatalot A's chance on game 4 to reset the bracket and reset Grand Finals and give us another potential 3 games on a set. This is insanity.
Aaron's been playing really well so far in this set, even though they're currently down 2-1, opting to come off the bamboo here and go with the Stingray special and just blast the Crow out of the sky with an opening Stingray. So Yume Stars finally able to get a lead in the beginning of the game, and they might be able to get a whole lot more than that because Leah's just going in, and that's a mistake we have not seen Splatalot A made in a while. Just kind of go in by yourself and try to make a hero play. In that time, it got punished by the Stars as they claimed the first checkpoint.
Me and Crow going together once again, able to take back bridge control, and that's going to be able to shut down the push. The first checkpoint does fall, but that's not too much of a situation. You know, you want to get to at least 50, maybe 40 if you're on that tower and you break the first checkpoint. That's really the goal that you're trying to hit. They have the armor at the ready for this Ray that's about to come online, and there's an armor as well on the side of the Stars. This is going to be Vic chilling on the tower, and Yume Stars are in no position to try and capitalize off of this Ray. They're just going to try and get people off tower. It's going to be the lead, and they're not going to be able to do anything about this Booyah Bomb or the missiles that are coming in. There's no specials online. They need to try and get something going. They need to try and get something down. Blue and B are trying to find the members of Splatalot under this bridge. They are able to dive on, but Ellie is here. Ellie is teamed up with Vic. This is going to be... They need to have the confidence to get this play going, or else they're going to lose bridge control, and that's exactly what they've done. And here comes Elia! That's so big! And trying to go for this quad, ended up jumping out! They didn't take back bridge control! It doesn't matter if you're up 2! You need to go for the kill! And just a little bit of a hesitation from the members of Yume Stars, and this is going to be a big push for the Splatalot A.
You know what? The Yume Stars even realized they were, whoa, we're way out of position against this Tri-Slosher, but it was already too late. Getting swatted as they were able to, while they were trying to retreat right there. Can Splatalot clear this checkpoint, though? But despite that great play by Leah, nothing happened there on the scoreboard. They didn't able to clear that checkpoint, and we're essentially at a tie game right now. It's one checkpoint apiece. Yeah, Splatalot has the bigger lead, but it's not going to take much, especially with half the game still to go for the Stars to get back and reclaim this lead here. But yeah, a great play by the Tri-Slosher. It just doesn't amount to anything really on the scoreboard.
Right, and that's big for the Yume Stars, right? Like the fact that they were able to defend that and at least absorb that aggression, not let it get too out of hand. That's what they need to start doing, and that's a really good sign for the Stars that they want to keep this game on the ropes. But if Crow is able to do stuff like that every single time, then it's not going to matter too much. They need to get on this tower. They need to get this tower moving before that Jet Soldier comes alive and is coming back online with that Ray. It's going to be there shortly, as well as the missiles and the bubbles. And already we see them starting to fire it off. This is not going to be a push that is going to amount to much unless Splatalot is able to find the members of Yume Stars isolated, especially with these missiles, and with the bubbles being popped, not able to defend Blue. Finally, the armor comes online and the Ray, but is it enough? The members of Yume Stars are gathered together, and Mia's trying to fight around this corner. It's not going to be too much. This is a bit too scatterbrained from Splatalot, I feel, and they're going to end up going 2 down.
Yeah, I mean, but still, that was able to bleed time off the clock. I'm not feeling comfortable because you know at any moment the Stars can pop off. They have just as much solo play power as anybody else in this tournament as they've shown up to this point. Blue's Bubble's not able to really do anything other than capture control of that space. Armor coming out just at the perfect time, and that's a trade, and 2 more players go down, but it's the lead that goes into the favor of the Stars away from all of that distraction. So not a lot of fights being won, but they're taking the fights away from the tower, and now you got a lead for the Stars, and it's really nothing at this point. But it's still, you want to be having the lead with 50 seconds left to go. The question is, can they build up the specials to defend? Because they're doing a really good job of defending that second checkpoint.
Look at how far back the members of the Stars are, though. They're trying to just set up around this car area, try and make sure that they can have the safety of the Ray. But Blue ends up going down and venturing off a little too far. And Lumina's going to get caught by this Booyah Bomb, it looks like. And that's going to be a big bad for the Yume Stars. They're going to have to get through this checkpoint, though. One ends up going down, make that 2. Crow ends up going down on the other side. Mia's going to try and just distract them. Ends up going on the tower. Vic able to stay alive. It's going to be a wipe. It is going to be a wipe. Yume Stars has a chance to bring this back, but Splatalot A is in a perfect position to make this game done. Crow just needs to build up that Booyah Bomb, and if they do that, they're going to successfully reset the bracket.
Yeah, it's not a tie game anymore. They got a full checkpoint lead. You got Blue in a good situation right now. It was honestly just going to have to pop off if they want to find a way to get across this one. And they're starting to do that. 2 more players going down. That includes Vic. Crow building up so close to that Booyah Bomb. But they might get splattered before they can pop it off. Can they get it off in time? Throwing right down there. Blue gets taken out. And I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Splatalot A has forced a bracket reset against the Yume Stars. Oh my!
How did Crow end up landing that shot, landing on the ground, able to pop Booyah because of the paint from getting that kill, pop it, not die, throw it at the tower, and save the entire game? What?
Yeah, they should have been dead.
They should have been dead.
That should have got shredded because they had the man advantage right there. I think they might have had an extra player trying to stop the alleyway instead of like readjusting to where the K-Pro was. Maybe they thought Crow was going to drop along the right side over there, and by the time they made the adjustment, it was just a little too late, and then they got caught off by the Booyah Bomb. But I cannot believe it. Somebody could just retire off the channel points they got right there. Can we see? I gotta look at the details because it was oh my gosh, somebody just got 195 channel points off of that bet. Oh wait, no, that's how many points got distributed.
Yeah, that was total. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So there you go. We're gonna reset the prediction, and honestly, the momentum, that's 3 in a row for Splatalot A.
Oh
that is 3. Yume Stars, they've lost their mojo. I mean, there's no sense about it. And more importantly, Splatalot A believes they can win now. They just beat them in a set. They technically just beat them. And now they feel like they're the better team, and they're starting to play like it as well. Vic hasn't lost. Vic is 3-0 against the Stars. So it's now, all right, it's a new set. It's a new bracket. The Stars got to recollect themselves. And they need to find a way to get one win. There needs to be somebody in that BC that just resets everybody and gets them back into this one. Because quite honestly, you are looking at the biggest upset of all time in low ink right now.
By a long shot. This is going to be a massive upset. I mean, Yume Stars had everything going for them this tournament. Everything. But when the situation calls for it, can they change their mentality? Can they find leadership within themselves to bring things back? It's all zeros now. It's all zeros. Everyone's playing under the same conditions. Everyone's warmed up. Everyone knows what's coming from the other side. Now what do you do?
Well, if you just win game 1, all of a sudden you're winning the set. Everything that just happened beforehand is gone. You win game 1, you are winning the set. You are in a winning position. Now, it's a lot mentally to come back from, obviously, but if the Stars, the more experienced team, the more mechanically skilled team,
yes,
if they can just win one and remember what it's like to win and put the pressure on the other team and take their confidence, knock them down a peg, just one peg. And then all of a sudden you can come back and win this set. It all boils down to this one game right now, though.
This is Grand Finals Set 2 for Low Ink June of 2022. And this is Yume Stars versus Splatalot A. Splatalot coming after a big win. Yume Stars ended up winning the set in winners finals, but have fallen short so far. The Bamboo comes back. This is exactly what we saw the Bamboo do extremely well on against Splatalot during that first set. And can they replicate it here? We're gonna have to see. Here comes the Bamboo firing away, and look at how the special's already popping off.
You know, if you ask the almost 400 people watching this live, most of them are saying Splatalot's going to win this one. Again, if the Stars can come back out, which they got the opening lead, but nobody's got a splat right now on either side. Both sides. Oh, somebody goes in, and again, Splatalot A. It feels. I'm trying to figure out if they've lost their aggression or if they're keeping their aggression up, and all of a sudden it's just working out into their favor. Because again, we've seen them feed in, but it seems like they get rewarded for it more often than not. And do they realize that there is a bird just kind of sharking right here? I think they do. They're trying to just bomb them out. Yes. Nice heads-up play right there. Nice heads-up play there by the Stars.
And the Stars really do need to align. And I mean that in the most literal sense of the word. They need to align themselves. They need to all be on the same page. They need to coordinate themselves, and they need to make sure that when the going gets tough and when they need to clutch up and find the last pick, that they don't give Splatalot any space to breathe. Finally, the cap goes, but that's Aaron going down. That's their backline. That's their rock that they need to lean on. Lumina can do everything here. Like, Blue can have so much pressure, but without Aaron being in that back and having that constant pressure, that's going to be so hard. Finally, everyone's back, but the specials are coming online for Splatalot, and the space is being given up. Yume is backing up once again. They're just not that confident in their fights anymore, and because of that, they're going to have to back up. But finally, Aaron comes up huge! What they've been trying to find all set, finally finds 2, and the bubbles come in. They finally end up getting everyone down. They get a full wipe, and that's such a big difference from what we've been seeing from Yume the entire set.
And you know, the person who's kind of leading the pack right now for the Stars is B, the NZAP player, leading the way with 7 KA, got some specials to work with as well, so we could see a great lockout opportunity going on right now as the Stars have man advantage. Crow, though, has just been very, very sneaky and has been finding ways to get some critical splats right here. This is going to be lead into the favor of the Stars, but they do flip it back. Oh, 2 more players going down! Cow! 3 as well. This Crow is going insane.
Crow is going absolutely wild. The fact that Crow is able to just use this Booyah Bomb and put all of that pressure onto Splatalot and then use the space to move up is exactly what we need to be doing. And something that we used to see Blue do a lot. But with that Booyah Bomb, it's such a different kind of pressure because you throw it and then you're free to move. You can use your main weapon again. With the Squeezer, it's a little bit different. You kind of just playing around those bubbles. And because of that, they know exactly where you're going to be. Ends up getting taken down. That's a lead for Splatalot. Aaron able to find 2 from this snipe area. They're going to need to find a way to counter that the next time they are pushing back in and need to hold. But this is the situation for Yume Stars. This is the one time that they can try and lock them out, and they need to do so now.
Yeah, and it's been a back and forth game. This has been a very even game, which you could say the entire set previously up to this one has been. But Blue getting taken down yet again. And now you see Vic flanking with the Junior along that right side. That's going to force Aaron's attention away from the zone. And that Booyah Bomb's going to push everybody else back as well. As Vic now, once again, being very aggressive with this thing. Flanking, going up into the enemy pit area right there, and it's Blue being the last player left alive. And all of a sudden, you're not just looking at holding on to the lead. There's the potential for a KO right here.
Vic, dude, that was exactly what they needed to do. They needed to distract that bamboo from being in that good position. Elia's trying to do the same thing here, trying to just put out as much stimulus as they can to protect people from getting in the zone. Aaron goes down again! I think they were popping missiles, ended up going down in the middle of it. There's going to be jumps back in, but Vic is going crazy on this Junior. Limited tries to find their way in. Is not going to be able to do so. Splatalot wins the game 1. Yume Stars can't bounce back yet.
I think look, we got a whole set to go. I think Splatalot's just won the tournament. I'll call it right now. I think they've got too much momentum going into their favor, and now they got map control. They got counter pick control as well, 3 in a row. And it's not that the Stars are playing bad at all. Everybody's stepping up for the Stars now. It's not just the Blue show. It's the entire team that's stepping up. Or maybe they've just done a better job of limiting Blue in general and forcing everybody else to kind of step up right now. But it looks like Splatalot A is the team that has everything going for them right now. And man, the Stars are really, really struggling. Even when they get lead, they can't really hold on to them at all. But they get counter picks yet again, and they're going to, okay, this is such a smart pick. This is such a smart pick because Splatalot can't play here. They can't. And they couldn't pick this last time because they won on Splat Zones in game 1. So if Yume Stars, there's no way the Stars don't win here, right?
Unless Vic can just have some crazy bombs and is able to stay safe, but it's so hard to do on this map, right? Like juniors just don't have a good spot to sit because they can get picked off from all those long angles. This is such a Albacore Zones is such a good map for Yume Stars here. And look, they're already readied up. Splatalot A is just kind of sitting there and in there wondering like, where do we go?
They have to change
readied up. They have to change.
They have to.
Or they just say, okay, we lose this. but that gives up their momentum. They need to shut down Yume, right? They can't give them any ground. They need to try and win here.
I mean, this is such a heavy favored map for the Stars just based off the comp alone. We saw them play this one in Winners Finals, and it was, I don't think Splatalot A even crossed the bridge at any point. There was nothing they could do. An opening Stingray that we saw from Aaron, and then Blue just got established, and the game was over. Splatalot A's comp just isn't built to win on this map, so they have to change their comp. I mean, you got to be fine with losing here. Honestly, if you're Splatalot A, but if you want to try to win this one and win this tournament right now, you have to change your comp and just roll the dice and see if it's going to work or not.
I don't know what the play is here. I think that they need to just really take the width of this map and make it just try and get as much stimuli on the Stars as possible. Like, they need to try and just throw bombs, keep the paint, and then need to be a little bit more patient, which is what the Stars are good at, and that's why they pick this map, is they know to be patient when they die.
They're all four Splatalot players are on top of each other. They got to know a Stingray is coming. This could be very dangerous from Aaron's Stingray firing straight across mid. And even though Blue goes down, the Tri-Slosher goes down, and now it comes across the missiles on top of that. Man, they just didn't want to go left because they didn't have the range, and that made it so predictable for the Stars to counter.
Yeah, but they only ended up going a couple down, even after all that. And because of that, they're able to cap the zone and trying to move through, and they're trying to just steamroll. And Mia's able to find two, and because of that, like, what does Splatalot do? Like, how do they? What?
Well, I mean, right now they got control of zone. And this is something they didn't have last time. They know what mid looks like. And now, you got to flank. You got to put the pressure on them. There goes Leah, able to get a splat on Blue. And now Lumina's in trouble as well. And that Stingray's unprotected. And now it's lead for Splatalot A. And with no range, you got to close the gap somehow. You got a Tri-Slosher in your street. This is exactly what you need to do. Able to get a trade on top of that as well.
How do they get that trade? That's huge. Blue, they're not able to have the bubbles. The bubbles are their main capping source for the zone, and they don't have it online here. The bomb from Vic, able to go the distance, and Blue's just trying to sit here, build bubbles, and try and spray down.
Let's go home. Let's go home. Go home. Go home. Shut it off. Inky, shut down the stream. We're done. We're done here. Are you serious? Are you serious? What more do we need to see? That's it. Oh what? My.
The fact that they were able to
don't actually close. Don't actually close. Oh no. Splatalot A does the impossible. Again. I cannot believe what we're watching.
Thank you for that. I almost fell out of my chair.
So that didn't work. What's next? What is next? Do you run it
Literally,
back?
Rainmaker? The only thing they haven't tried is Rainmaker. That is the only thing they haven't tried. And to be fair, Splatalot does not seem to enjoy Rainmaker at all. I'm pretty sure that was the one game that Miata won, right? They won another.
Well, Miata won on Splat Zones, and yeah, it was Rainmaker Canal that Miata won on. But, I mean, that doesn't mean the Stars want to go there. I don't know what to do. At this point, there might be nothing you can do, honestly. Because it's... It just seems like the ball has rolling too far down the hill. And it can't be stopped at this point. It's got too much speed. It's too much fast. Can the Stars still win this one? Technically, yes. But if the Stars come back from this one, this would be... I don't know what to say, because the fact that we're already here is so unbelievable. That if the Stars were to recapture and come back from this one, it would just be... I don't know how to quantify it. Other than unbelievable.
There's... Popkin. Like, I'm not going to even entertain that thought unless they win 2 games. If we go to game 5 I will say, all right, Yume has a chance to win this. I refuse to believe that Yume can come back from this, just like because they're such a momentum-based team, and Blue has just been like a non-factor. It seems like every time Blue tries to step up,
Blue from the game, yes,
which is insane, and you can see how much it affects the team coordination.
And we do have a pick. It took them a while. I think they needed to recollect themselves right there as well. Tower control at Sturgeon Shipyard. Now, if you are the Stars, one step at a time. You've lost 5 in a row. Yes, after everything you pulled off up to this point, winning 12. What was it? Yeah, they won 12 straight and then lose 5 straight. If you just win one, all you got to do is focus one game at a time. Don't think about game 4 right now. Don't think about game 5 right now. For the last thing you can do is think about game 2. You have to erase that from your memory, because if you didn't leave, if your mind did not leave the hotel, don't even bother showing up to the shipyard. It's not going to last long. You have to find some way to have amnesia right now and just win one game and make this a set again.
Why did they counterpick Sturgeon? Can we just... Have they not watched Ran tear apart people on this map using Tri-Slasher? I'm just wondering, what is the thought process? Because they have to have something. They have to have come up with something. They were thinking for a while, and they have to be so confident. This is like, and Popgun, they're probably gonna get banned, right? This is their chance to win this. They need to do this now.
Splatalot A is about to get banned from Low Ink. What? I look. It's not done yet. As much as we want to say it is, it's technically not done yet. The Stars have shown they are more than capable of beating this team. They just got to remember how to do it. A full 5-minute set. And you know what? If for the Stars, winning this one would be important. Yes, obviously you have no choice but to win it. But if you could win it in just a dominant fashion and just come out and just body Splatalot A, that can help push you mentally to game 4 and 5. But you have to find a way to just remember who you were. Tournament set, tournament point right here.
This is Splatalot A's chance to have the Cinderella run of a lifetime. The clock is so far from midnight right now, and this is the chance that they need. There's a Ray out. There's a couple of picks that are coming through. Blue ends up getting a crazy pick, and if Blue can come alive right here, right now, and start building that momentum that we've been seeing from Blue for the entire time that he's playing in Low Ink, the entire time that he's been playing with the Yume Stars, can Blue pull this one together? I refuse to get that much more hype after 30 seconds of a game, but if Blue can start popping off, this is going to be the set of a lifetime for the Stars.
Honestly, if Blue pops off, they win this tournament. Because right now they have neutralized that squeezer player, but that player is obviously more than capable of getting stuff done, and it's a little bit of a fadeaway right there, another Kobe situation, as they're able to get some splats. But again, they're not capitalizing off the splats that they are getting. That as much as awesome as the opening that was for the squeezer, no checkpoint, they didn't even get to the checkpoint, and now they already lost the lead. And they are, with 4 specials online ready to go, Splatalot A is in a great position to clear this first checkpoint themselves.
You're going to dip off, I think, because of the Ray, because of the missiles. They ended up having to get into a little bit of a precarious situation. Crow popping a Booyah Bomb in a little bit of a dangerous situation. Mia not going to have the armor to save them during this 2v1. Make that a 3v1. They're going to find 3 here. Maybe can get the 4th off the tower before the checkpoint is broken. That's a huge checkpoint not to break, especially since they committed so many resources and all went down. Look at the special counts. There's nobody above 50 except for that K-shot. This is a great opportunity for the Yume Stars to push, and Ellie ends up going down, charging on the snipe, and Blue's able to find one more. It's going to be on the block here. It's going to be able to clear our window, and it's going to be able to at least help the Ray find this player. The lead goes to the Stars. The checkpoint goes to the Stars. Ellie is here, but it's going to get missiled out. It's going to have to dive forward. Can they take him down? They do! Yume Stars is on a roll!
They are, and we're starting to see that old Splatalot issues diving back in, kind of sacrificing themselves, and they're able to stop the tower right now as Aaron, being the last player left alive, forced to back off. But still, you have the lead, cross the halfway mark. Now, it means nothing. As we've seen, Splatalot A plays the entire 5 minutes and change. They don't stop, and they feel like every game is theirs to win. But you have a full checkpoint lead right now, and you got to find ways to keep it going into your favor. You got to keep your foot on the gas pedal. And right now, Blue is stepping up in this big-time moment that they need him to.
And the gas pedal is exactly correct. They need to make sure that Splatalot can never get their foot down, right? They can never get set. They need to always just keep them rocking back, keep throwing stuff at them, keep getting picks to make sure that their coordination is not up all the time. Blue ends up going down here. There's only one left standing on the side of the Yume Stars. The tower is moving forward. This is going to be a lead at the very least, and maybe even a checkpoint. One ends up going down again. Vic has to get off the tower here. Is going to be not going to get picked off because of the armor, but Blue's not going to be able to stay alive much longer. It's only Aaron. Mia's up in the base. This is not what you want to see. Splatalot. This is Splatalot's chance. Can they clutch it out here, or will Yume Stars be able to defend?
It all comes down to this. That final checkpoint is falling, and the KO is imminent, although all 4 players are still alive for the Stars. Blue gets taken down. Lumina pops the missiles, but it's the Crow up in the street, got in the tower as the scoreboard just ticks down. Are the Splatalot team going to win it right here? It's no. Mia being the last player left alive, but still 3 points remaining and a minute 12 left to go. Oh my, and a full checkpoint lead. If the Stars can find a way to come back here, that would be such a momentum boost for Game 4. But wow, this is looking like the final minute of the tournament.
And Blue ends up going down too. Take a picture of this. If they end up coming back from this situation, this will be the greatest comeback in the history of any tournament I think I've ever seen. But Aaron is able to find one here. And maybe even able to find 2. Mia's a little bit cut out, a little bit out of position. The Splatalot members are trying to group up, trying to find their way through, trying to just throw as many bombs as possible and make sure that Luma does not be able to be safe. Blue ends up going down, getting cut out in mid. Ellie is just trying to work around this tower and find everything. There's no jump out from the member. This is not what you want to see. Yume Stars has 1 ray. They have 1 ray and an armor to try and make this thing come back in. Blue over on the snipe, gonna try and find their way through. Pop gun, I don't think they can do it.
It all comes down to the splats. If they can get them, the B gets taken down. It's still Aaron up top here trying to get something. The last player left alive. And just like that, Splatalot A, I repeat, Splatalot A has won low ink. Unbelievable.
The fact that they've lost so many games today. They've lost so many games today. There were so many ways that this tournament run could have ended for them. But they stuck it out the entire time. Waited for their teammate to come back. Waited for the right moment in each game to strike against the Stars, against Miata, every single time. Oh my gosh!
I mean, we talk about momentum every single month. That's what happened right there. 1 loss, in 1 push. Mia and Vic able to just kind of get control and push the tower on tower control at Manta Maria once, and from that moment on, the Stars were never able to recapture their mojo, their momentum. It was gone at that point. And what a story. Splatalot A, the last time they were in low ink, you know what they did? They made beta bracket, which was a fantastic moment for them to even make beta bracket, and they lose in losers round 2 to Illumini. 3 weeks ago, they played Little Squid League, and they finished 5th place. 5th place in Little Squid League. What do they do now? They win low ink. I didn't see this coming. No, but there's not a single person that honestly thought, even going into the day, that Splatalot A was going to win this tournament. There's nobody. You ought to be out of your mind to say Splatalot A would have won this one. And now it's anybody. You can literally just say anybody can win this tournament at this point. There's no there's no gatekeeping. There's no alpha bracket regulars. There's no you've never even made alpha. There's no any Little Squid League team now has hopes of winning low ink after what just happened today. I cannot believe that. If you're wondering, why people watch Low Ink. You just saw it. What a hell of a tournament. And honestly, the most unbelievable thing I think I've ever seen in Splatoon.
That was an insane set. Shoutouts to the Stars, of course. They're an insane team. The fact that, like, you don't pop off against any team. You pop off against a team of such a high caliber. And the Yume Stars was that caliber team, but Splatalot just did everything that they needed to during those 2 sets.
You know what? Hats off to the Yume Stars. The best run that they've been on, sweeping their way up to grand finals. You can't... they just had a bad moment, obviously, but that doesn't take away from the fact that they're still a really strong team in their own right. It's just hard. It's difficult. It's difficult to beat a team twice in the same day. It's difficult to play as good as you need to play to win a tournament for 4 straight hours. It's hard to pull off all of that stuff. But that doesn't discredit anything. They're still a really strong team, and they should be proud of how they... I'm sure they're not happy right now. 100% they are not happy right now. But at the end of the day, they'll look back on this one, and I think they'll be... I think they'll be proud of the fact that they were able to make it this far into the tournament. And this will be a great learning experience for them going forward, honestly. Because we'll see these guys back. And they'll learn from this, and they'll be even better from it. But at the end of this day, Splatalot A is the champion of Low Ink. And that is just so amazing that can even happen. That a little Squid League team can even win this.
Shouts to them.
Wow.
But I believe everyone has been waiting. I believe there's a lot of people in chat who are waiting for something. So I think that we're gonna send it to Inky. Send it away.
Going to throw the bomb rush at it, but when you're throwing in the bomb rush, you're not as mobile. Shemepi's put that up. They just have a few more points. He's already booyahing. No one's there. I can't believe this happened again.
You know, you're talking about paint control. Not a lot of paint coming out from the side. Oh, actually, what happened there? Did they do it again?
This is a massive opportunity for Snookum. They have 13 seconds to get an absolute move on here, and they know full well with 2 Peltons on the field. That's one break. Can it? They've done it! They've done it!
It's going to be in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And no one's grabbing that Rainmaker. The tournament is over with a swift 4-0 from Kings, taking the entire IPL tournament. Super jump.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Super Jump is back. Super Jump number 2 coming around in July, sandwiching in around the Nintendo tournaments there. Starting prize pool of $500. If you'd like to contribute to that, there is a donate feature, I believe, as well. If you want to play in this tournament, you can head over to start.gg/superjump2, or SJ2, I should say. And let's send off this tournament, this game that we love so much, Splatoon 2, in the right way by giving it the major it deserves in Super Jump 2.
And the major it deserves it will be. We are pulling out all the stops. We are making sure that this tournament, this game, this competitive scene that we've built up for the past 5 years is sent off with a absolute bang. We want everyone to come out for it. We want everyone to be hyped for it. There's a lot in the works behind the scenes to make this the biggest and best tournament that we've made so far, and we hope that everyone is excited for it. This is going to be the biggest online major of the year, hopefully for the entire game.
Especially for Splatoon 2, the final one. And we'll crown one last time at least an online champion for this scene here. With that, you can find more information in the IPL server. I'm sure a lot of tweets are going to be going out from our Twitter account as well as to registration information, donation information, everything you need to know to compete in this tournament. And with that, we're gonna wrap this up here. Magic, where can people find you?
People can find me at magic_octo if you enjoy Splatoon commentary and things of that nature. And at magic_octo on TikTok. Talk, where can people find you?
You can find me trying to figure out what to say about this low ink tomorrow on my stream, the Popcast, 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And obviously we'll talk about some of the announcements that happened this weekend. Not just Super Jump, but also SAC got announced yesterday as well. A lot of big things going on with IPL. But for that, that's going to wrap it up for all of us here at IPL. Our producer, Ink Fair, the head TOs for this tournament, myself, JPEG, Hoenn Hero, and all the wonderful staff we have behind the scene. We thank you for watching this event. We will see you back in Super Jump next month. Have a good rest of your day.